All right, good morning to everybody on YouTube. If you are there, I'm just gonna let y'all know we're gonna go live in about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. Folks are just kind of getting here and we're gonna give them a chance to settle down before we start. So welcome, and it's gonna be a fun day. All right, welcome everybody. We're just letting folks getting settled in here. We should be going in about 5 minutes. Thanks everybody for being here. And if you're on YouTube, just hang out for just a couple more minutes and we will be on in about 5 minutes. Thanks.
pass over to C. Terrence in a minute. Oh, you brought the microphone too. Okay, that's great. So I was just talking to C. Terrence and a couple of folks here, and I feel like just being in front of y'all right now, first of all, it's really good to see y'all, especially after everything we've been through in the last couple of years. And I feel like I ought to put like a screen around my face right now so folks will like recognize me because we've been on Zoom for so long. So, but welcome to our very first meeting. And it's just a pleasure. Give yourself a round of applause for even being here today. Got a lot of good work to do. And I can't think of anybody I want to do it with better than y'all. So I'm going to pass over to C. Terrence. Thank you. Good morning.
I don't know. I kind of forget how to be in person in meetings. So I'm probably just going to be very awkward all day. Really, really big thanks to everybody to be here today. We're doing some very, very important work. I think today is going to be some very consequential work. And, I truly think that we're going to leave today where a lot of projects would probably end. Right? We're going to leave here today with some understanding around the direction and policy where we want to head and how we might sort of what we need to learn more about together specifically to implement to prevent displacement as a result of the Blue Line extension. I've got to lift up community because I think we're here because community asked for this work to happen and have stepped up to do this work. And many of those folks who've been pushing for this work for years are in this room. And we're joined today not to sort of argue about whether displacement is possible, but to join hands together and figure out the best way to prevent it in all of our communities, the shared community that we call home and that we love. And so I'm just really thankful that folks are here with that intention and spirit to work together. And I don't know, it's probably the highlight of my career to do this work alongside y'all. And so I just really want to thank each of you for being here to do that. So we are going to start today. We're in an artistic place. You're here at Juxtaposition Arts. Thank you, Juxta, for hosting us in this beautiful sort of under construction place. But I think that's kind of fitting given the topic that we're talking about, like change on the corridor that we're talking about, but also one in which embodies this community, embodies progress in this community, and embodies hope, and all these different things that we hope this development of the Blue Line does too, and that will add to doing our work as well. So thank you to Juxta. Hope you brought your skateboards because we're going to go outside and we'll see all of your Ollie. No, I'm just kidding. So we want to start today with a poem, just sort of welcoming each of you and everybody online. So this is being broadcast to YouTube. You're all a little bit on camera, but don't worry about it. It's going to be all good. And but we're going to start with a poem by a friend of ours from Union Park across the way in St. Paul. My guy Wako, who I think is here, and he's going to share a poem to sort of kick us off, and then we'll jump into the agenda from there. Does that sound good? All right, Wako, are you there?
Yes, I am, C. Terrence.
All right, let me stop sharing, and thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me. Can y'all hear me? Yeah?
Yep, we can hear you. Yep.
All right,
yep.
Perfect. Thank you, C. Terrence, for inviting me to the space. I really appreciate this. And welcome, everyone. I'd like to share a poem to center us today for the discussions that we'll be sharing and information we'll be sharing later. This poem is titled, Where is the Commotion? I know I can't see most of you, and I really wish I could be in the physical space. But we're in 2022 now, so we can be in several spaces at the same time. I'd like to start and just take like 10 seconds for everybody to take a deep breath 3 times with me. I'll start with 1. And exhale. Breathe in. Exhale. Breathe in. And exhale. All right. Felt really grounding right there. I'm going to get right into the poem. Where is the commotion? Where is the commotion? Where is the commotion, the oceans of emotion, the voices of a whirlwind? Think for a second. The war wins. The world ends. The world is cringed. On a single strand of hope, the world is hinged. Why is there the notion that someone else will mix up some magic potion? Are we too broken? Can we not feel the hurt and the homeless? Rotating globes, black robes, gavels are bold to send a soul to rot in a dark, lonely world. Is this what we want? Is this the dark world? What is a degree? What is a family? What is a job if the world doesn't sleep like you sleep, right? Like rabbits, we escape deep into our holes and leave our goat friends to hyenas hungry for a mole. Where is the creation? Where is the creation, the created, the creating some change in the League of Nations for Earth and her natives? The one human racist. We kill the one alien and we lose a part of the human face. Our one species especially made special, our differences make us equal. Today's individual is a reflection of our worldview, a residual of the human condition. Our belief is our bodies and our view is skewed, too fat to lose, so we queue like clueless fools to remove a part of us we don't want viewed, just to change another's view of our unwanted hues. Scarred by the light-skinned dark point of view, why must you look at me as if I am not you? Let me say that again. Today's individual is a reflection of our worldview, a residual of the human condition. Our belief is our bodies and our view is skewed, too fat to lose, so we queue like clueless fools to remove a part of us we don't want viewed, just to change others' view of our unwanted hue. Scarred by the light-skinned dark point of view, why must you look at me as if I am not you? Why compare yourself to myself and say yourself is better than myself when our self is just self, a different book from the same shelf? Do we really need to be the same to be equal? Do we really need to be the same to be equal? Wouldn't it be boring to read the same story with no sequel? You see, we are beautiful just the way we are. The thought of our perfection is a hard perception, a blessing stuck in a sandglass, too afraid to break open the present. I say I am just the way I am, and that is perfect. Just for once, look outside your window panes. Your mailbox is broken. Brimmed up to your doorway, your doorsteps overloaded. One day, this day, open up one mail. Read what it says. Where is your compassion? Where is your compassion? A blind eye you won't see, you won't cross to see a dying companion. You're passing your passion on the possible wealth, too sick to pursue a probable health. From the iPhone 6 to the iPhone 12, but you're still poorer than a Gucci belt, right? Right click, click garbage. Do you not love yourself? Do you not love yourself? If you loved yourself, you'd have love for your other self, your other brother, your other sister, your other health. Can I tell you? Can I tell you that love has no ending? Just first, you must feed your self-love. Self-love is what we are missing. You are alive, but you are not living. That is why you are not giving. What we need the most is what we already have. What we need the most is what we already have. What we need to give the most is what we think we don't have. Fear or love? You choose what you want. Fear or love? You choose what you want. Just know that silence is still a choice, and the choice is yours. Choose wisely, because we are all chosen. Let's not wait for one great hope. Understand that we create what we want. We create what we want. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. That is the
Thank you so much, my brother. That was absolutely beautiful. As you can tell by the rounding applause. Thank you so much for sharing your space with us and for kicking off our meeting in such a beautiful way. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I think everybody's waving. So I know you're going to have a beautiful day. So the next thing that I'm hoping to do is I just want to walk through our agenda for the day real quick, just so make sure everybody knows what we're up to. Yeah, we're here for 8 hours today, which I kind of apologize for, but it's also sort of, I don't know, instead of meeting all the time, we're just gonna have some big meetings. And it was quite a challenge. I think this meeting could have been like 24 hours because really there is that much information out there to share. But of course, we've pared it down in such a way that we're very packed. It's gonna be a lot that we're gonna be doing, but hopefully it's all built towards a particular aim. So from here, we're gonna start with the Blue Line Extension project history. We're just sort of talk about it so we have a good basis of where we are today. We're gonna do a little bit of a co-defining displacement activity, just to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing when we say anti-displacement. So we'll be doing that. We'll have some presentation from data from Ed Goetz, who'll sort of walk us through some data about the, especially the previous Green Line or the Green Line, how do I say this? The Central Corridor Green Line, not the Green Line extension, to sort of talk about what can we learn from previous iterations of light rail. We've got an excellent panel of folks who will come and share their experiences, regarding, what was it like to do anti-displacement work in previous iterations of light rail? What happened? What should have happened? Right, just lessons that we can learn, and even previous iterations of the Blue Line extension. And so excited about that. We have some lunch from across the street, Sammy's Avenue Eatery, which we'll bring across the street to here, so we can use this beautiful space. We can also, of course, spend some time outside. If you guys brought your skateboards, like I said, you can do some skating. It'll be amazing. Then we'll come back. We'll have Tram Hoang from the Housing Justice Center do a presentation of different anti-displacement policies, sort of a literature review that was done by from the University of Minnesota. And then we'll jump into small groups. We'll really get the process the day in terms of understanding what do we want to bring from all of this, or what problems need to be addressed, what policies do we want to learn more about in more detail to focus on going forward into the future, what's not being addressed by known policies that we might know, and then what do we need to learn from governments sort of in this exchange of dialogue between folks who are envisioning and folks who will be implementing, and of course our philanthropic friends as well too, and just like what do we need to learn from these different entities to make sure that we're on the same page, that we're going to be implementing the right things together, which will set up really the rest of our year together doing this work. Actually, just before that, we'll have a Bellwether team, Allison and Ayantu will share the work of how we're working with those governments and sort of what the next steps are taking from this meeting. We'll have a qualitative research update. So what y'all have already accomplished is delivering the way we're going to be showing up in community. From the qualitative research side, we're doing a needs assessment around this specific corridor. And so y'all already gave us the direction. And so we just want to check in with y'all to say, we got that right? And so we'll be doing that. We'll be doing a little next steps and evaluations. Next steps includes scheduling the rest of the meetings. So schedule the rest of the meetings. We're going to get all the information to schedule the rest of the meetings today from y'all. And then we're going to close. And I don't know, maybe we'll go to Ladonia or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out, right? But it's going to be a fun, impact day. Does that sound right for y'all about what we should be talking about today? So this is y'all's meeting. We're in support of y'all to get what you need out of this work. Does this sound like the right conversation for today? long conversation for today. Okay, about right, cool. All right, well, with that, we are gonna jump into a little Blue Line extension project history from here. Oh, some logistical details. The bathrooms are through that little curtain hall. Kristen is, there's a couple bathrooms that way. Let's see, what else do we need to know? The password for Wi-Fi is there. I've printed out all the materials that we'll be going through today, knowing some of you might have brought your computers, but there's also not electrical outlets everywhere, and so it may not have been super helpful. We provided, one of the documents is a workbook. It has prompts for questions that we're going to be asking that you can take notes in. That will help later on for our discussion into the small groups. And so fill it out as is helpful to you. It's not for us to sort of receive back in any particular way. It's just sort of what you want to carry from each of the conversations that we're having. And so that workbook is there for you to take notes on. Hopefully everybody has a pin. We'll sort of be bringing all that information back around when we get to the small groups processing together. So what I feel great about in this meeting is I think we're really going to end this meeting, our first Saturday meeting, where I think a lot of projects could have ended, right? A lot of projects could have ended to say, yeah, these are the policies that sound about right, right? And we could have just ended that. They could have sort of disappeared behind the dark curtain to happen or not to happen. But the truth is, any particular policy that we might talk about for anti-displacement has a lot of crevices, has a lot of manifestations about the way that they could exist. Like maybe even something as simple as rent control or whatever has a bunch of different iterations, and maybe different iterations are right, right? We're going to leave today understanding where we want to pour more information in to understand, right? The big hope, of course, is that community, government, philanthropy, and otherwise are on the same page about what we're doing, right? And we can have an open dialogue with each other in hopes to sort of kind of model participatory policymaking. We know that also this isn't the same thing as policymaking process, right? So we're not holding our friends in government to that standard of like, if you're speaking today, that does not mean the same thing as, say, the city of Minneapolis taking a position, right? They're here to learn alongside you. They're here to be in dialogue alongside you. We're here to openly ask questions together under the same goal of preventing displacement as a result of the Blue Line extension, right? And so hopefully everybody can embody that spirit and grace in the room with each other, time to ask questions, to not be totally right, to want more information. That's what this whole process is ultimately about, right? So I'm super excited that everybody's here in that spirit and with those intentions. Hopefully that aligns with each of you in doing that work. But that's what we're set up to do today. Sound good? All right, any questions about the agenda or logistical questions for being in this space? All right, well, everybody's good. Hopefully everybody there's a couple of folks who are on Zoom. We've got Tom Tao, who's there. We got Margaret Kaplan from Housing Justice Center. Jackson George from LIBA is online as well. So we've got a couple of our folks who would have been in this room, but we understand that we're still in COVID and not everybody might not be comfortable. And on that note, please wear a mask if you feel comfortable. You don't have to, unless you're unvaccinated, then we do ask that you please mask up. Otherwise, we'll leave it to your discretion within that, just respecting that. Yeah, you want to have sort of for me, it's like a trauma-informed response that it's actually really weird for me to be in person. This is kind of the first public meeting I've had in 2 years, right? And that might be the case for many of you too. So we'll try to be respectful of each other in that space and to trust that we can be kind to each other around that as well too. So with that, let's jump into our first item, sort of a little Blue Line history and sort of go from there. So again, thank you, Wako from Union Park. That was beautiful. We did our introductions for today. I just sort of want to remind folks around our research plan, what we're doing. Today, we're really tackling number one, which is the review of best practices and anti-displacement policies locally and nationally. We're doing today the case study of the existing green and blue lines and their effects on displacement of residents and businesses. We're heading into our needs assessment and thorough baseline study of the Blue Line Extension Corridor. Those will be showing up at our next meetings, the second and third meetings, respectively. And then, of course, our fourth meeting is about developing the policy recommendations based on what we're doing before that. And then CURA will leave this process with indicators for everybody to sort of monitor progress over time. So Just wanted to center that for just a second. So in talking about the history of the blue line, one thing I want to acknowledge is that almost nobody's showing up here at step 0, right? For the most part, this has been a conversation in community for, I don't know, over 10 years, as far as I understand it, right? I think Malik used to be, who now works at CURA, used to be the executive director at Harrison Neighborhood Association in the early 2000s, and he was talking about this project then, right? And so, and not only that, but CURA has studied gentrification and displacement before relative to what's happening in the Twin Cities. This is from that research that I think completed in 2017, and right, we have an understanding somewhat. So part of what I'm hoping that we don't do today is go back and overly litigate history to the point of it prevents us from seeking forward to seek the solutions to displacement, right? We want to talk about history as much as it's productive for us to understand what we want to do about what's potential in the future, right? And I just want to sort of set in that because I don't think our goal today from a research perspective is to like overly litigate the history to the point where I feel like generally we understand as a community that displacement did happen as a result of previous iterations of light rail, as well as that there's active displacement in this community already. And we sort of need to separate those things in some ways to the extent to understand what do we need to do about a light rail project. But ultimately, this conversation isn't foundational to say like, did those things occur? This conversation isn't foundational to understand whether those things did occur or not occur, is partially what I want to say. Let me just jump ahead. So the big thing, of course, is that, right, this is the second iteration of the alignment for the blue line extension. There might even been previous alignments that were talked about a long time ago, but there's at least 2 distinct alignments that we can talk about, right? So just before this, it was projected that the line would go through Theodore Wirth Park and through Highway 55 and make its way up through Robbinsdale, Crystal, and Brooklyn Park from there. That obviously failed, right? And the main reason that it failed was because BNSF, the folks who own the railway within Theodore Wirth, was not willing to sell that right of way for the purpose of this project. And so now we're in sort of, it's, of course, I think there's a lot of conversation in community about the existing alignment, or was proposed to be the existing alignment, which would be down West Broadway, just right outside of here. And but I think a large part of what we hear from community is we really need to understand this anti-displacement element before we feel truly comfortable within this alignment, right? We know a lot of you in this room feel that way. Tons of people from this room, outside of this room, who feel that exact same way too. But I think it's worth understanding that there's 2 distinct alignments because displacement already occurred, as we'll sort of talk about today, in particular in the near north and Harrison neighborhoods of North Minneapolis as a result of the previous alignment, right? And I remember when I first moved to the Twin Cities myself in 2015, it was into the Harrison neighborhood. And this was the biggest source of the conversation. That's actually where me and Candy first met at that time. And a lot of labor and effort went into that time, right? Both from government side of getting that line done, but also from community to say, hey, this is what we need in order to not be harmed by this very project. And I bring that up because it could be quite tiring for a lot of people in our community to continue to talk about this project that's still years away, right? That still is going to require years and years of conversation from today before this line is finished, right? And so just recognizing, that history, I think, is distinctly important to understand why we're here today. And part of that is because of organizing that happened over 10 years ago to get us in a room to have this very conversation, right? People have been dreaming of this conversation for over 10 years. And so I'm proud and I'm humbled by that. But it's part of this history and legacy of this history that I think we really need to center into as we're working today. So today we're, and I don't want to, and correct me, anybody from Hennepin County, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking to see where they are so I can say, I got this right. There we go. I got this right. Okay. There you go. There's Dan. So just correct me if I'm wrong in any particular. Okay. So right now in this particular process, as I understand it today, is recently there was a route modification report that was released. I'm sure many of you, hopefully all of you, have seen that report. that out of the two possible alignments in this realignment between Broadway and Lowry Avenue, Broadway is the likely selection, right? And we don't know exactly where all the stations will be in particular, and say such a way as like, hey, it's going to be on this corner or in this particular way. But there's a general understanding of where those locations are probable to be. There's still a lot to sort of understand about that alignment. You know, how will it sit on Broadway, of course? Will there be sort of this split between the two streets that we're sort of tucked into right now? But then generally will make its way up to what was, I might call the original alignment, somewhere in the Crystal area, right? Make sure I got that right, right? South Brooklyn Park, excuse me. There's a lot of conversation in our community right now about alignment, right? There's a lot of folks who in community who are challenging that alignment today, and we're still going through the route. Hennepin County and the Met Council are still going through the route modification process. I want to be clear. This conversation is not really set up to affect that conversation, right? That is another conversation. It's a very important conversation, but it's not the conversation that we're sort of set up to affect through our processes. We're building sort of a superstructure to be influential amongst the cities and different governments, with our philanthropic partners who are distinctly interested in this conversation, not just these two, but folks even beyond who's sitting here at this table today. And there's a lot to talk about, but what is consistently heard is we need to understand the anti-displacement element for community to be really comfortable with whatever alignment there is. So I think we can take that responsibility very seriously in doing this work, knowing that there is still chatter around the alignment around us, but take it as seriously. But to the point that, of course, Hennepin County's here, they're going to be listening to all the conversation. It's not like they're like, anything I hear today has no effect on an alignment conversation. That's absolutely not what it is. But we're not going to pause and spend a lot of time about that route modification because that's just not our particular charge of this group. That might make some folks feel uncomfortable, but it's also just being real about where can we be effective from the position that we're sitting today. And of course, I'm committed to carrying that conversation in any particular way. I know Hennepin County Met Council feels the same way. They're here. Find some time if you want to talk about them during lunch or whatever it is. They're not wanting to have that conversation. Sam O'Connell's here as well too. There's folks sitting on this body who are part of that conversation as well. But that's where we are right now. So I believe that process, the route modification process, will be going, I think, a couple more months. I'm not sure which month y'all propose. Through June, and then should move forward from there. One thing I do want to say is where I do feel a lot of power in this particular project, and I think we've even gotten more clear about this together as a project team, is that this work is still precedes the environmental impact statement. And before getting really technical about that particular document, but what that document attempts to do is document the different burdens and benefits that might exist relative to this project. Some of what we do in this room will probably end up in that document, right? And when things end up in that document, there's the responsibility of those governments to address how they're going to mitigate them. So sometimes you've heard me say, hey, there is no legal reason why any of these governments have to do what this group is doing. And I think that's true, but there still is a point of the burdens that we identify in this project that might end up in the environmental impact statement do have a legal responsibility for the governments to at least say how they're going to address that. So there is structural power in the work that they're doing, and that's what I'm trying to communicate. And of course, there's soft power that we're sort of trying to build within the context of this group. But I just want to say that there is a purpose to being here in a larger sense to that alignment conversation, as well as the power and leverage that's in this work today too. I got all that right? Didn't say anything wrong? Okay, cool. Just checking. I say all that to say just we're living in this history of organizing, right? Communities have been asking to do this work for over 10 years, if not longer than that. We'll have some folks here to talk about the Green Line a little bit later today and what that experience was, because community has been arguing around that project for even longer than 10 years, right? That might be like a 30-year history of conversation that was been. And so there's a long legacy of this conversation in the Twin Cities. And yet this is the first time, I think, across the country in which anti-displacement work has been centered as part of a project at the same time. So I think there is growth in our community around this conversation that we can center in. So I'm humbled by that history, and I feel y'all feel a sense of place in that history when we're doing this work. And so I wanted to share that. Before I move on, is there anything I want to invite each of you, if there's anything you want to share, if you've been part of that history of this project, or that's important that you want this group to know and understand. Of course, we'll be talking about it in a lot of detail going forward today, but I just want to invite anybody, any one of y'all, if you want to share part of the history that you think is important out too. Y'all. All right, I'm gonna have to bring y'all out your shells. All right, you're gonna have to come out your shell at some point today. At some point. Okay, that's important. Okay, all right, yeah. Just pausing. I don't want to miss anything. I want y'all to feel in control of this space. This is for y'all, not for me, to showcase our work. This is for y'all to have the stage for what you want to talk about.
I guess for me, and I'm obviously biased, but Blue Line Coalition has been a partner of this project since 2013 officially, and a lot of folks in this room have spent like countless hours studying, going to meetings and learning about this project. So I just want to like not hide and put it into like that Blue Line Coalition is a community asset, and we've been in the business of anti-displacement since 2013. I believe that's part of some of the unspoken history perhaps of the project. I feel we are responsible of being here today as a result of our historic advocacy efforts that led us to where we're at. And that's all I wanted to share. So
thank you. Ricardo probably noticed I was kind of looking at him because I know he wanted to. I was like, come on, Ricardo, let's do it. Yeah, please. Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to go into this in more detail, but I would also just think that it's important to point out that it wasn't just like, oh, this is where the route was formerly going to go, but like as far as we got like in that process in terms of, you know, the station area planning had already been completed. There were a lot of zoning changes that took place, particularly, you know, in the Harrison neighborhood, where we've now seen, you know, a lot of development. So it wasn't just where previously, you know, there was no, it wasn't zoned for residential. There were a lot of different changes that came out of that. And even though the route was not, you know, actually went forward, a lot of developers throughout, you know, that former route acted as though it was coming. Real estate speculation happened as a result of that. And so I think, you know, it's really, I don't know how to like stress that enough. And I feel like the folks in here like have probably heard me say this like many times throughout the years that already know me. But I think it's really, really important to the folks in Harrison and along the former route to realize that, like, you know, those community members also went through years of meetings and planning, and a number of them, you know, when the route modification conversation came up in 2020, a number of folks, when we started doing outreach again and trying to bring folks back into the process, we heard from folks that said, you know, I wanted to reach out to my neighbor to invite them to this meeting because they were part of these engagement meetings, you know, in the past, but they've been displaced since then. And so, you know, just to share, you know, the amount of time and effort that like went into this project, and the fact that like some folks actually ended up like designing their own displacement, I think it's really important to highlight.
Yeah.
And I forgot that I was going to be on a panel in a little bit, so maybe I should have just shared that then.
A little preview.
But
A little
yeah,
preview.
yeah,
There you go. Thank you, Nicole. Joan? Yeah.
Yeah, just to follow up on what Ricardo said, I really do want to acknowledge all the community-based experts, our community groups, our nonprofits, and our nonprofit leaders in North Minneapolis and beyond for really prioritizing anti-displacement. County and Metro Transit heard it loud and clear in 2020, 2021, and now here we are at this table. So I really want to acknowledge that, you know, that it was the community engagement that identified and set this priority.
Thank you, Joan.
please.
John from the city of Crystal. For us, the alignment change doesn't really change anything as a station, basically the right one was before. But I think one of the really cool things about the new route is that it's kind of it's emblematic of the change in thinking about light rail and what it's supposed to do. The old route was kind of conceived in an era when the goal was to pump suburban commuters in and out of downtown or rush hour, right? And ignoring a large part of the community. And I think with this route, one of the good things about the new route is that it will serve a broader range of people throughout the day. And it'll be much more broadly usable route. And that also will make it more resilient going into the future, as opposed to kind of one designed mainly for a single purpose. So that's one of the things that I really like about the new route. And I'm excited to see if we can make it.
Thank you, John. Just for the folks who are online, feel free to raise your hand, like use the hand function or start talking. We can hear you just fine in this room. So you're just as much a part of the conversation in that way. It might be hard for y'all to hear the other way just because there isn't like microphones all over this place. So if y'all ever want me to repeat anything or anything like that, then please just let me know. All right. Okay. So we feel good about, I think what I really wanted to accomplish in that is just to make sure we have a shared understanding, at least in general, about the history of this project, so we can sort of understand more fully about the direction that we're heading from here. I just want to note one thing, logistic. We're probably not gonna do a lot of like formal breaks. So just get up anytime you need to, right? Just get up anytime you need to. We're gonna have food out all day. I'm not sure if the snacks out already. We'll have snacks out, snack all over the place. That's great. We'll be having lunch around like 12:15, 12:30. Just to kind of note that. So just want y'all to have that information. All right. So the next thing that we have, we're gonna, oh, I'm sorry, Ed, we're gonna do the codifying displacement activity real quick. So we know we talked in the first meeting about a need to make sure that we understand displacement in the same way. And so somewhat what was asked of us was, what's the definition of displacement that we're working with? The truth is that there's like a lot of definitions out there, right? But I think there's a usefulness in understanding each other to make sure that we're talking about the same word we're in the room. So we're gonna share a little bit about like what's sort of like an academic definition that we sort of approach our work at CURA. But then we're gonna you have sticky notes all on your tables. What we're gonna ask you to do is sort of write down in your own words what you think anti-displacement should be addressing, right? And then we're gonna post all those sticky notes up in the back for us to sort of just be able to reference each other what we mean when we say that word in this space. And then, of course, we'll type that up and that'll be sort of a living document that we have throughout the rest of our time together. So I think Ed, Ed's gonna come up, he's gonna share sort of the academic definitions of it, just make sure that we're on that page, but then we're gonna turn it back to y'all to sort of fill in your own words from there. I'm gonna bring that up. Yeah, pull that up, yeah. I just got to share the screen so that everybody can see it on. I'm just going to check the chat. Cool. All right.
Oh, great, thanks. Thank you, C. Terrence. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ed Goetz. I'm the director of CURA. And so C. Terrence wanted me to say just a few things about how researchers have looked at the question of displacement. And then you'll go through the exercise that he described. And so I won't take a lot of time because I think it's more important for you to be talking about how you see it happening. But typically, researchers and people who study displacement talk about a distinction between direct and indirect displacement. Displacement is when a family or a business is no longer able to occupy the place that it has, even though it wants to continue to occupy that place due to any number of different reasons. It could be rising rents, rising property values, it could be rising property taxes, We talk about displacement due to natural causes, flooding, tornadoes. We talk about displacement due to other man-made causes that are not market-based, like wars displace people frequently, right? And so displacement is simply the involuntary movement of people away from the place where they live or the business where it exists as well, right? And so people make a distinction then between direct, those who are displaced directly because of an event, and then indirectly, those who are displaced because of follow-on activities. And so one example might be people who are displaced when a house is demolished and replaced with a new luxury apartment building or a luxury condominium building, right? The people who used to live in that space were directly displaced. If that luxury condominium then begins to trigger market effects around it so that rents increase around that unit, that could be thought of as indirect displacement as well, right? But the point being that no matter whether you're direct or indirect, you've been forced to move, even though you're continuing to abide by the rules of the lease, right? You haven't done anything to violate that. You can simply no longer afford your unit, or your unit has been demolished. Selling of properties from one owner to another is a common form of displacement, right? If the new owner comes in and it either simply jacks up rents or makes improvements to the building that then increase rents as well. There's another displacement in here. This particular source talks about exclusionary displacement as well, and talks about it as an example of indirect displacement. When a neighborhood changes and rents increase significantly, people who used to be able to afford that neighborhood and move into it are no longer able to move in. And that's that's what's called exclusionary displacement. So this is an effect on people who actually aren't currently living in the neighborhood. But you know, neighborhoods are constantly gaining people and losing people, right? There's a constant sort of churn in many neighborhoods. And neighborhoods that are changing and experiencing rapid increases in costs begin to experience exclusionary displacement. That some folks are simply no longer able to move in because prices won't allow them. And then people talk about the phenomenon of cultural displacement. So even in a neighborhood that gentrifies and changes and sees displacement occur, that displacement is usually not 100%. There are some folks who either because they own their homes and therefore are less vulnerable to rising rents, or people who live in existing subsidized housing that is not seeing such great rent increases, they can remain in the neighborhoods. Sometimes families adjust by doubling up and sharing costs, right? But the point is that when displacement is occurring, it's not usually 100%. There are some people who are able to remain in the neighborhood. They may experience what's called cultural displacement, when the neighborhood changes in ways that no longer feel like home to them, right? So the businesses may start changing, the churches may start changing, the cultural attributes of the neighborhood change in ways that people who have lived there for a long time now feel like this is not their home, that this is a neighborhood that substantially has been sort of taken over and belongs to a different group. And so they talk about cultural displacement. I've read studies of political displacement, where communities that had been sort of active and in control of the community board and the neighborhood organization, when gentrification occurs, can lose control of those organizations and feel a form of political displacement as well. So those are the ways that that researchers have talked about it. And I'm going to give it back to, I'll answer any questions if you have, but I'll give it back to C. Terrence to take you through the work you wanted to do.
Yeah. Is there any questions for Ed?
Can you do a comparison and contrast between the factors of the outcomes you just highlighted with white flight, sort of mid-century?
Just repeat the question.
Sure. The question is there a distinction between what I was just talking about and the mid-century sort of white flight out of central cities? Well, white flight was largely voluntary, and it was undertaken by people who had the economic means to pick up and move and go to suburban communities, right? I mean, that's the typical understanding of this phenomenon of white flight, which occurred during the mid part of the 20th century. And this happened for a number of reasons, mainly having to do with racial hostility and fear, and the fact that suburban areas were open and receptive to white families and closed off to BIPOC families as well. And so this was a way of white families distancing themselves from communities of color. So not generally seen as displacement because of its voluntary nature.
So I get asked a lot about what's the difference between gentrification and displacement. Or
Right.
is there a difference? Or
Right.
I think it'd be helpful. To
Sure.
know that.
So, so for some people, the definition of gentrification includes, yes. Oh, yeah, sorry. The question is, what is the difference between gentrification and displacement? Some people equate those a lot. And so I was going to say, for some people, that the definition of gentrification includes displacement. Gentrification is a type of neighborhood change that involves the replacement of an existing population with a new population that is typically of a higher income and typically more highly educated, that is college graduates. One of the ways researchers look at gentrifying neighborhoods is to take a look at the number and percentage of the population with bachelor's degrees. That's a pretty strong correlation in most research. We found it in the CURA study as well. So for some people, it's gentrification includes displacement, right? It's not gentrification unless there's displacement. Other people will acknowledge that what I said earlier, which is that some people are still able to remain in a neighborhood that gentrifies, right? That sees a lot of upscaling of the housing market, increase in rents, all of these factors that we associate with gentrification. Some people are still able to remain in those neighborhoods, so they've avoided the displacement, but they will end up experiencing the cultural displacement, the political displacement as well. So, but as I said, displacement can happen for other reasons as well, gentrification being one of them. So you, and then in the back.
So just a quick follow-up on that, on the slide that discusses CURA's, the gentrification typologies. Can you talk a little bit about like how you talk about a little bit about those? Like when is something, some of these seems pretty like this is gentrified. Like when, how are those kind of figured? Right.
I mean, what we did in the CURA study was to adopt the definition of gentrification from 3 other studies. We measured it the way those 3 studies measured it. And when 2 of the 3 studies agreed, we said, okay, that's gentrified. That's definitely gentrifying. So we tried to take a more expansive sort of view methodologically, because we know there are lots of different definitions of gentrification. And so gentrification is a process that only happens in some neighborhoods, right? It doesn't happen in Edina, right? Because gentrification is the replacement of a population with modest incomes with those who have higher incomes, right? And so if a neighborhood is high income, if Kenwood and Edina and Highland Park in St. Paul, right? Those don't gentrify because they've always been high income. So we kept those out of our analysis altogether. And we talked about gentrification vulnerable neighborhoods, and then those that among the vulnerable ones that did gentrify. So that was our typology. Question.
So gentrification has that definition of, I'm going to use a neighborhood going from modest income to a higher income. There must be examples as well of the reverse, where neighborhoods maybe had higher income or different levels of something, and then, but that's not gentrification in the other direction.
No, they typically don't.
So
Right.
is there a definition for that?
Well, people will talk about depending on what kinds of changes you're talking about. If it's a decline in the quality of the housing, if it's a decline in property values, people will start talking about neighborhood disinvestment, neighborhood decline. Sometimes there's racial turnover, but the racial turnover can be independent of these economic things, right? Sometimes the racial turnover is just triggered by proximity. So there are a lot of different sort of terms for that, but it's not generally talked about as sort of reverse gentrification. No, it's not. I mean, the term gentrification comes from the gentry. It was applied first to it was first studied and mentioned with respect to neighborhoods in London. And the original researcher said, this is kind of like the gentry returning to the neighborhood. So that's where the term came from. And so it's always kind of reflected this neighborhoods where lower income folks are replaced by higher.
Okay, so what we are hoping that y'all do, so there's a lot in this conversation. I don't think the point of our conversation together is to like find a mutual definition, but it is to be able to mutually understand each other instead, right? Make sure that we are generally understanding that when we say displacement, this is what we mean as a group. I think it'd be a long process to just like try to figure out like an actual working definition for this group. If that's what y'all are interested in, we can do it. I don't think we should do it today. But we should start with what I think is the higher value, is just to make sure that we understand each other. So what I'm hoping that y'all do is just take a couple minutes to use those sticky notes and just write down in your own words, right? It could be repeating what Ed said, but it also could just be in your own words about how you understand displacement, or what do you mean when we're trying to prevent displacement as a result of the blue line extension. So can I just take a couple minutes and do that? And I welcome our friends who are on Zoom to type it in the chat if you're able to. All right, so we'll give you just a couple minutes for that.
Yeah. I tore my this was like a second, and I never went to her. And they said, you tore your AC joint. It actually feels really good in this when you're resting. I didn't even know that was still like a little early. It's actually my left hand, so I'm really glad because I can love writing stuff.
Yeah.
I know, it's a lot of paper.
The first year,
Right, like where's my binder?
yeah, I managed to do it in a little bit. I just was small, like,
Oh, no. Oh, here. Yeah, you can use some
I
there.
feel like,
Yeah. I think you're. Oh. That's a good question.
it was starting to get like,
Okay, folks, it looks like most people are done. Chill. Are y'all done? Okay, so we're gonna collect those and we're gonna put them on the, I believe the back wall right back there, Kristen. And so we can all kind of come back and look at those things and we'll type that up and it'll be sort of a living document that will always be present at our meeting. We'll sort of rock from there. All right. And then we'll have a little bit of transition time. Ed's gonna do a presentation after that. So if you're ready, I'll take them. Pass it over.
I do. So like cover my nose. No, I know. Yeah. Yeah, after I had it, it changed. I don't know, most of her like, my plans, right? We all, my husband and daughter and I had it like very early in the year. And it was so weird, like your brain just ground off. This thing that we've all been over literally like right? So, you have it, and you're not to like downplay it. Then it's like, okay, now maybe we'll have it. It's just how that I still care very much. I don't want to get other and yeah, it's just hard to know. Like whatever I think, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, so this is, we got it shortly after. I know. I did read it. Looks like
That is not it. Where is it?
Sorry. Right there.
right there.
Let me minimize this. So this will just tell you if there's any chat, but I'll have Kristen monitor it or
Right.
monitor it. Yeah.
For making that thing.
Do you want me to slideshow it or do you want to just click through it like this?
Slideshow.
Slideshow.
Oh, does that make it more difficult?
I don't know. I mean, you just have to click back with the arrows.
Okay. Girls, all right. So when do you want me to start?
So right now.
Seriously? I thought they were doing some kind of action. Oh.
You can give them like a minute.
All right.
I have a history for saying so
I'll start to do this. Yeah. So this mic. So this just means. So, yeah.
All right.
Okay, we're ready to come back together.
I wasn't happy with the denominator.
All right, so this is just.
Yeah, I felt like it was hiding some like year-to-year changes by smoothing out population over 5 years.
Oh,
So, you know, when the population changes pretty slowly each year. It actually doesn't make that much difference.
okay, we're coming back together.
I
I
felt
always hate
confident
to
just
interrupt
reporting
Rich
over 5
discussion.
years.
We're getting in on it, so.
Nice going, Malik.
Oh, well.
All right, all right. So it's me again, and now I'm supposed to talk to you about some of the analysis we did on the impact of light rail construction. Right, we've had the first blue line, the Hiawatha line, and then the Central Corridor, and there was some research that was done locally about this. So I want to summarize that research. And then I'll also summarize some work that we've done over the past couple of months as well to kind of augment the research. So studies have been published from 2010 on. Studies have been done from 2010 on about what are the impacts of the light rail. In 2010, we published a study on looking at residential property values along the Hiawatha line, and we found the following things: that proximity to the station areas was actually associated with an increase in property values. That the closer you were to the station area, within about a half-mile radius, the more property values were increasing. But if you were along the line and not close to a station, the opposite effect. It was what we call a nuisance effect. Your property values actually declined a little bit because you had this noisy rail line go by, but you didn't have any of the benefits of access to the station, right? So there were these two contradictory outcomes, which are pretty common. Actually, the findings that we got for the blue line at Hiawatha matched what other researchers have seen all across the country. But there's another interesting thing about the findings on the blue line. And that is that we only found those impacts on the central part of the corridor. So it didn't happen in downtown. There were just too many other confounding factors. And it didn't happen from the airport on. That's because there's no housing over there. So what we found was in those residential areas from about 50th Street through Cedar Riverside, basically, that's where the effect occurred. The second thing that's interesting is that the effect really only occurred on the west side of the line. And that's because on the east side, through most of those neighborhoods, there was Highway 55 and the grain silos which sort of interrupted the impact of the line itself. So property values on the other side of the silos really didn't change very much. But those properties on the west side where, you know, you could see the line, you can walk to it, that's where property values increased. Yeah.
I mean, you said noise or the nuisance effect, but I mean, I ridden my bike on the trail that's right between Hiawatha and the tracks in that area. And other than the whoosh as the train goes by, there's no impact.
Yeah,
And seriously, if you're riding your bike, you don't know it's on you, so it's right there.
Right.
Do it.
Yeah. The
So my
occasional
question
noise.
is, Are you sure that it isn't simply that the demand in that whole corridor was kind of pulled towards the station areas? If there's a fixed amount of demand for housing in that area, and then if it contracted and pulled the demand towards the areas within walking distance, it increased the prices there, then it simply reduced the demand for areas between stations if there's a fixed amount of demand. for
Right.
the whole section.
Right. So I did that study 12 years ago. And so I'm not sure whether we controlled, I mean, we basically controlled for all other factors of the unit, right? Its size, number of bedrooms, various other amenities, its proximity to other features. And we found that proximity to the station areas was associated with rising prices, and these other areas were associated with declining prices. So that's really all I can tell you at that
So
point.
it could be something other than a nuisance.
Yeah, yeah, we just, yes.
Hi, Adam Arvidsson with the Minneapolis Park Board. I don't want to question the study, but I just want to bring this up because I think it's pertinent to this line also. But I'm wondering, so in the southern half of that Hiawatha corridor, very familiar because my house would have seen a nuisance drop according to the study. In the southern half, you get very near parks, which also tend to increase property values. So I'm wondering if there's a disparity between the northern interstitial spaces between stations and the southern ones, because there's another piece of public infrastructure that's very different along the Hiawatha line specifically, and could also be the case here with the line we're talking about. So that's why I asked the question.
Right. And we did not disaggregate that, although we did take into account proximity to other amenities like open space. But I think the lesson from this study and then a subsequent study that was done of the Green Line is that land use does matter, right? Those silos in Highway 55 mattered, right? And the lack of it on the other side mattered. And so I would probably also say that proximity to parks would matter as well, right? There's no reason to expect that it wouldn't. There was a hand up there, and then.
I was just gonna follow up on that, because I live over by, in between like the Lake Street and Franklin Station on that side of the line. And I think the housing market right now, our property values in Phillips, East Phillips neighborhood have gone up. So I don't know if I agree with, the fact that because by parks, it's anyway, yeah.
I was gonna say, I think I remember reading that study a while ago, and there was something, I know it was also during the foreclosure crisis. So perhaps that was one of the reasons why there was a decline in other areas for property values, but still an increase in the station area. And then I was just gonna talk about too, just how big of a barrier Highway 55 is to cross from, the east side to try and cross that highway to get to the light rail. We have a similar barrier in Harrison, Bolton Highway, makes it very difficult to get from one side to the other.
Right.
So
Right.
it's almost not really usable at that point if you have to risk your life to try and get to the train.
Right. If you have to risk your life to get to the train, then that does not increase your property values.
Right.
So there was a subsequent study done of commercial property values along the blue line, along the original Hiawatha, that showed the same thing, increases in commercial values and commercial rents. That was published a few years later. Subsequent to that, there was a study done of the Central Corridor, the Green Line, looking at residential property values. And two things of note here. One, the researcher found that the effect occurred earlier, and I'll get to that in a second. And second, the effect was larger. So the idea is that the success of the blue line, the Hiawatha line itself, had an impact on the subsequent development of the green line and the property values. When we studied the Hiawatha line, there was no price change until the opening of the line, the date that it opened. After that, that's when you saw price values, right? For the green line, the critical date was the date when the full funding was received and the line was a go, right? This was even before it was constructed. You started to see property impacts. And so that that's an important thing, right? So that so the effect occurred earlier, and then all things being equal, the effect was slightly larger along the green line than it was along the blue line. And so both of those were seen as results of the success of the blue line and the economic activity that ensued from that. The success in terms of ridership, et cetera, its success as a transportation system. So we didn't duplicate those studies because there was no need to, and they take a long time to do, and a lot of data and a lot of costs. We took a look at a few other things to try to update matters as much, and I'll just go through a quick set of slides on this.
He's not a millennial, you know?
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
I'm just joking.
What
Gotta
happened?
use
What was I
the.
doing?
I have no idea.
The mouse was just over the bar, the Zoom bar, so it was like confused.
Is that what?
Oh, really? I think it was
Just kidding,
I thought you were trying to click
everybody.
on the Zoom bar.
All right. So I'm briefly going to talk about these four things. We looked at some population and demographic changes along the green line for that decade, 2009 to 2019. So roughly, if we're using 2014 as 2011 was the full funding date. Is that right? 2014 was the opening of the line. So we're looking at before and after both of those. We looked a little bit at residential property value changes. And again, this really duplicates the two studies that I just talked about it, but it does so in a much less sophisticated way. And so, in fact, the other studies are really sort of better for that as well. We did take a look at rents, and then we looked at eviction filings. We also define the corridor slightly differently than those previous studies did. We talked about walking distance from the line or the station areas, whereas the previous studies did as the crow fly distances. And so this is our study area. As you can see, the circles here are the station areas, and the darker green are those station areas. The lighter green is our control areas. All right, those areas that are close, but close to the neighborhoods that we're looking at in terms of the station areas, but further away, a distance far enough away that previous studies have shown there is no effect that far out. And so we also, I think, broke down the line into 3 or 4 different areas: downtown St. Paul, the Lexington, Rice Street area, Westgate, Hamlin, and then the Minneapolis portion of it, the West Bank area, just to see whether there were differences within those as well. So this is the change in non-Hispanic white population. The first 5 years of this period, you saw a decline in, and it looks like I'm covering the legend. The station area saw a decline in the non-Hispanic white that was greater than the comparison areas. But after 2014, the pattern reversed, where there was essentially no change in non-Hispanic white, but a continuing decline in those station areas. And again, this is just population change. Oftentimes, population change will lag behind market changes, right? So if the market is changing at one point, the population changes shortly after that, right? So it lags behind it a little bit. I'm pressing those same arrows. All right. This is the change in the percentage of renter households. And so you can see a big pattern here, right? Increases in renter populations, both in the station area, the blue, and the comparison areas through 2014, but a decline in the station, in renting in the station areas after 2014. Here, as I mentioned earlier, percentage with a college degree. This is one of the chief measures of a gentrifying neighborhood. You can see what has happened in the station area since 2014, a significant increase in college-educated population. There was an increase in the other neighborhoods as well, but roughly half at half the rate as well. And that these rates are significantly different, certainly for the station areas prior to 2014 compared to after 2014. And then this is the median income. And again, you see some significant changes. Slight declines in that 5-year period up to 2014, increases thereafter. And again, 2014 is when the line opened. And as I mentioned earlier, other studies showed market changes in 2011 on. This is showing demographic changes lagging behind it a little bit, right? As we would expect. We did take a look at median value. Again, our analysis here is not as sophisticated as those previous studies, but we looked at the change in value in the station areas, that's the dark blue line, the comparison areas, which is the red line, and then all of St. Paul. And basically, there's no distinction in the way we did this analysis in those three areas, although you do see big increases since 2011, but that's all over St. Paul. So in fact, if you're living in these neighborhoods, you are seeing these sort of aggregate increases, but those are happening throughout St. Paul. And again, the difference, I wouldn't put as much import into these findings as the previous ones that I described from those studies that were done prior, because they controlled for a lot more factors, right? We don't control for anything here. This is just what are the values in those neighborhoods, all right? We don't control for house size. We don't control for proximity to other amenities, et cetera, all right? So this is the same graph for 4 to 9 unit buildings, and the same graph for larger 10 unit or more. Again, interesting, kind of colorful on the map, on the graph, but not as meaningful. This is my mistake. This blue line here should actually match there. This is the wrong slide. I put in the wrong slide. I apologize that. The right slide will be in the next packet or in our next email from C. Terrence. I want to finish up by talking about the number of evictions, because this is a database that we've gotten more recently. And evictions, are of course a source of displacement, and evictions can be expected to increase in gentrifying areas. So this is the pattern of eviction filings in the station areas. And this is the pattern for comparison areas. And so there's a couple things to point out. Once the pandemic hits and those laws came into effect about restricting evictions, the number of eviction filings fall, right? So that's sort of unrelated to what we're talking about in terms of the impact of the line, but it does explain that huge drop. The other pattern that I would like to show is a sort of a steady decline prior to the fall off the cliff, a steady decline in eviction filings in the comparison areas, but a pretty flat pattern for the station areas. So while the city was seeing, those comparison areas were seeing fewer evictions, that was not happening in the station areas. The station areas were seeing roughly the same amount of evictions up until, again, about 2019. So, so in a comparative sense, you're seeing more evictions in those station areas. This is suggestive. We probably want to do a little bit more research on this and to control for a few things that we can control for. But this is something that we need to look at more carefully and be aware of. Final thing I want to say really quickly is that we did a bunch of interviews with folks who have done work along the Green Line, two of whom are here and will speak to you about it. And so you're going to get a lot more information from them. But I did want to briefly go over what our takeaways were from those interviews. We did interviews with folks and asked them what worked and did not work to address and mitigate the disruption and displacement of businesses and residents along the Green Line. And really sort of 5 overarching takeaways that I want you to focus on, and you'll have a chance to dive more deeply into it. But the first is that almost everyone we talked about the importance of adequate funding for the work that needs to be done. Technical assistance for the businesses to keep them in business, other forms of assistance for residents to help them through this process. Second, the need for constant and clear and effective communication during the construction period, right? Lots of things happen during the construction period, not all of them planned, and there needs to be a resource available for businesses and residents to go to get immediate answers, to get immediate action on what they're seeing, right? Third, we heard a lot about the need for personalized outreach and assistance to businesses, right? You got small businesses along this line, and they differ in a lot of ways, right? And they differ in important ways, and one size is not going to fit all. You need to go in and have a personalized approach, deal with the problems that every and each specific business is facing. We heard that, and in terms of housing, the housing effort that was undertaken along the Green Line was mainly about building units, building subsidized housing at affordable levels. That could be considered a success. They actually met their goals, and they met what they called their stretch goals, right? Even their sort of aspirational goals. A lot of units of subsidized housing were built along the Green Line. Less was done for existing residents to help them on an individual basis. And so we heard that from a lot of folks. And so that's a lesson going forward as well. And then finally, just the idea that housing and businesses are really quite different in their needs, quite different in the ways that they can be assisted. So you need to have separate approaches. So that's a really high level and brief discussion. But as I said, we've got 2 experts here who did this work who can talk about that. So see, Terrence, that's it for me, right?
Do y'all have like quick questions right now, or
maybe what I suggest is, okay, well, let me just finish this. Just saying, maybe what I suggest is maybe we hold all of our questions just from a time perspective until after the panelists. But if you have specific questions for Ed on this stuff, let's ask those right now. So, yeah.
I just had a question about the eviction. So that was just like eviction filings that didn't account for like non-renewal of lease.
That's correct.
situations.
That's
Is
correct.
that information available?
No one really tracks that. That's sort of that only captures those that enter the formal eviction filing system. And that's a necessary shortcoming of that data set.
Although CURA is at this moment doing a study of with data that was generously given to us from Homeline about calls they get in. So it's going to be statewide, but we're going to look at the metro area, and it's going to be for what we're calling extrajudicial eviction cases, but we're just starting that.
Hopefully at some point in the process, we'll match
Yeah,
that in
we
here.
can add that. Yeah.
Well, okay, so yeah, I'm glad. Let's hold our questions right now. I'm sure there's a lot of questions on this, but I think one of the values of having the panel is that they're going to give you, I think, a lot more data or a lot more experiential, data into to kind of fill out what is sort of limited by data. So I think it's always really important that data gives you one picture, but then we need to sort of dig deeper into the experience of what people talked about. So maybe if I can get our panelists to join these awesome high red chairs, and then I'll introduce them in just a second. Let's give them a hand clap, Yeah, whatever best. At least two of you will have to come over here.
Yeah, we gotta climb up here.
Yeah, yeah, we had an extra chair.
Oh, Mary.
Kristen?
Hi.
Oh, I think we just need one more red chair. Yep.
Oh, I don't know if I need to be like right.
You'll be sitting right here. Yeah. So what we're gonna try to do is I'm gonna move the computer around because speaking into the mic will let the folks online hear y'all.
Yeah, I don't want it like just like right.
Yeah.
Get that out of here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Consent
How
on the
does-
photos.
How does my hair look? I don't know.
How's mine?
Yeah.
It shows up. That's awesome.
All right. So we're gonna jump right into this.
Hey, Ricardo, could you hand me my water if I can't? Now that I'm up here, I need to.
So what I'm gonna do,
Thank you.
and you'll see me just moving around this, just because this is where the mic is. Hopefully the folks online can hear us. Let me get y'all out of share screen mode for right now. So I'll be moving the mic around for that. So we've got 6 wonderful panelists who are the experts, much beyond than we are, I think. And we'll be sharing their experiences around previous forms of light rail, just to sort of share how they were thinking about anti-displacement efforts, what sort of worked for them, what didn't work, what should have been done, all as ways for us to just sort of understand and learn from what already happened, right? Let's skip ahead and know what we already know. So we're committed to the many forms of learning, and so I'm really excited. So I'm gonna have each of the panelists introduce themselves to begin. And then they'll each have 5 to 10 minutes to sort of give sort of an opening remark, and then we'll get into sort of a question and answer with y'all in response to that. Yes, please grab snacks. We don't want y'all to be hungry as you're listening to this important information, but otherwise we're hoping there. So I'm just have each of them introduce themselves, and then I think we'll just kind of go down the line for where those are. So start here.
Thanks, Terrence. Good afternoon, morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Dan Solar, and I'm currently with Hennepin County Public Works, and I'm helping to work and lead light rail projects, and including the Blue Line extension. But my reason for this chair right now is my time on Green Line. I worked for 7 years on the Central Corridor Green Line, including 2010 until 2014 as the director of construction. So I had the responsibility and oversight of getting through construction, leading the contractors, or directing the contractors and working with that. And so I can certainly talk a little bit about some of the things we did that worked, some of the things we tried that didn't work, as it related to helping businesses and residential property owners get through the very difficult portion of any public works project, and especially an LRT project of construction.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nicole Bueller. I'm the Executive Director of the Harrison Neighborhood Association. I've been with Harrison since 2017, so shortly after the full funding came through for the former Blue Line route. And I'm also a resident of the Hawthorne neighborhood. I live just a couple blocks from here, so along the new proposed route.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name's Larry Hiscock, and I think I'm up here for a couple different reasons. I work with the Longfellow Community Council during the Hiawatha Light Rail Transit route selection and early station area planning. I was the director of the Harrison Neighborhood Association from 2000 to the end of 2012. So I was involved with the Green Line and the Blue Line extension. And then let's see here, we're also worked with Nexus Community Partners, where I helped do some early convening of the Blue Line Coalition and partnership with Hennepin County, manage the health equity engagement cohort. And then I currently live in the city of Hopkins, which has 3 Green Line station stops, and working on affordable housing and anti-displacement efforts there. And currently work in the healthcare sector, facilitating partnerships and relationships around health equity. So,
woo. All right, have these 3 folks introduce themselves.
Hello, my name is Mike Tamale. I'm with the Neighborhood Development Center. So we work with neighborhood entrepreneurs in Minneapolis and St. Paul and a few other places. So our main offices are at University in Dale in St. Paul. So we're at a rail station. We were heavily involved with the small businesses and the neighborhoods throughout the whole planning and construction and aftermath of the Green Line. So good to be here.
Oops, is it still on? Can you hear me now? Greetings, everyone. I'm Naida Presley. I am the retired executive director of Aurora St. Anthony Neighborhood Development Corporation. Our offices were right on the Green Line. I've since been almost retired for 2 years now, and I've started my new business, consulting business called New Life Possibilities. Aurora St. Anthony was involved in a lot of the organizing, the residents, and working around ensuring equity and looking at the environmental justice residents that were in the neighborhood and really trying to represent their voice. We actually were a co-founder of the Stops campaign, in which the Green Line was leaving out 3 missing stops that ran through the most economically diverse community and who were really transit dependent as well. We were also involved I was on the mayor's community task force, which looked at envisioning what the properties or the vacant space along the Green Line, what envisioned there in terms of development. And we were also very much involved in the business mitigation work to look at how we can help our businesses remain on the Green Line. And then last but not least, as a developer, we were the ones out there pushing to build affordable housing. And the pushback to that was the powers to be, and not saying negatively against them, But at that time, they were wanting to let the market drive the housing development, and they wanted to do more housing, more west towards Minneapolis. But we knew that if we didn't get our affordable housing done then and now, before that, that doing affordable housing would get very costly. So we kept pushing the envelope, not taking no, and really had some good partners. I'll say some good allies. So Aurora St. Anthony, Neighborhood Development Center, Greater Frogtown CDC back then, and Model Cities worked together in partnership to really get the major number of housing, affordable housing and business development on the light rail, on the Green Line road. And then last but not least, and I don't know if they're timing me, I didn't know I could talk for 5 minutes. And I am a Rondo baby, Rondo resident, a descendant. So we're really looking at how the impacts can be on an already injured community through transportation to make sure that they weren't doubly injured by the new transportation. Said introduction. Here you go.
I think, Naida, I think you proposed the first, outside of downtown, the first housing project in a station area on the Green Line.
Yeah.
So she was right out of the gate. I'm Jonathan Sage Martinson. From 2008 to 2014. I was the director of something called the Central Corridor Funders Collaborative, which is a group of 14 local and national foundations, including the J. and Rose Phillips Family Foundation, the Minneapolis Foundation, and others that banded together to try and recognize change was going to come to the neighborhoods along the Green Line and to try and maximize the positive changes, including helping existing residents and businesses take advantage of those positive changes and to try and minimize the negative changes that would come along with the introduction of the light rail. And essentially this group of foundations tried to support learning to understand what was happening in other parts of the country, other corridors in the region, to learn what had gone well and what hadn't gone well, to support community partners in developing a strategy to address what came out of that learning, and then to support some of the implementation. And we ended up doing that in 9 different topic areas, but mostly they were around affordable housing, supporting businesses and workforce, and then place-based things around cultural, building up cultural nodes, building parks and green space, and connecting with sidewalks and bike paths like stations to neighborhoods.
Maybe you should just keep the mic in.
Okay.
Keep going. Yeah.
So I'm happy to talk more about what people might have questions about. I'll give just one example maybe to kick off about how that work looked. And one is around affordable housing. So the Funders Collaborative was a supporter of this community conversation, but the Twin Cities LISC led a conversation with 24 stakeholders that included cities, developers, neighborhood residents, affordable housing advocates, people who finance affordable housing. And Ed mentioned this earlier, to come up with a goal for affordable housing along the corridor. And the initial goal was roughly 2,500 units. That's what the cities had already promised to the Met Council in this portion of the corridor. And after a lot of back and forth, agreed to a stretch goal of about 4,500 units of affordable housing over 10 years. That was one of the goals. There was another goal around assisting with the preservation of existing homes in the neighborhoods as well. And that group learned, studied together, came up with the strategy and these goals, and then set about kind of individually contributing towards those goals. And I think one of the powerful aspect of that goal, I will say the city of St. Paul was a little reluctant to have to put too much in the line in terms of a promise, because the city had only so many resources for affordable housing and had a whole city to care about. But that goal really stuck after it was debated for some period of time. It really stuck, and I left the job at the Central Corridor Funders Collaborative to become the Director of Planning and Economic Development, City of St. Paul, the department responsible for affordable housing development. And by the time I got there in 2014, the goal had become so ingrained that the city council members and the housing staff in St. Paul told me when a project came up that in the corridor that we have to do these projects because we have a goal we're trying to meet as a community, and Minneapolis did the same. And that goal was, I think, exceeded that number in 7-8 years ahead of the 10-year strategy. So that was an example of, I think, the power of community developing a goal that everyone can lean into and contribute towards. I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Quick question. What was the goal of affordability those units? Was it 50, 30%, or what were you all talking about?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I don't remember all of the details, but I think there were sub goals. The study that was done, the Big Picture Project was the name of the group that put that together, had some affordability goals built in to what counted towards those units. Yeah, AMI, area median income, which is determined regionally, and for the neighborhoods that the Central Corridor or the Green Line ran through, often we're already in the affordable range, and certain funding goes to certain types of units that are 30% of area median income, 60% area median income, 80% of area median income. So it's really important in terms of where those rents are sent and the long-term affordability for who. See, Terrence, I don't know if you want us to call on folks as they have questions. You want me to pass it to?
So maybe let's let them go through. Can you guys maybe write your questions down and then we'll come back? So I think you just got done. I think you're.
You have more to add, Naima?
I guess in terms of the housing, it did depend on the type of funding that you did get. And again, it depended on when you look at the funding sources, it could also be related to the census tract that you're in, but that 30, that area median income, those goals or those rates are just set 30, 60, or 80%. And as a housing developer, it's always interesting. What I found that it's always interesting to me is that when you hear the word affordable, of course, people think, oh, those people. But when you look at 80%, that's not cheap. You really have to be making an income to get into an 80% AMI. Now you get closer to that 30% AMI, that is getting pretty low. Somebody that could be making $15,000, $16,000 a year. So really looking at housing, and when you use that word subsidize, that's really, really very important, but it's definitely related to the source of income that you're getting. That dictates your 30 or your 50, 60 or your 80%. And again, you have to think of, is it for everybody? Is it seniors? Is it housing that are SROs and single room housing? Yeah, the acronyms, right? So you got to think about what type of housing are you doing and for whom,
Yeah, I think we're coming down the line, so we'll slow it down the line. Sorry.
All right, so Neighbor Development Center, we do entrepreneur training for low to very low income neighborhood folks out in their neighborhoods. We finance their businesses because they're not able typically to walk into a bank and get money. We do ongoing technical assistance to these businesses, and then we try to get them back in business in their own neighborhoods. And then we also get involved in development projects like at University in Dale with Naida and her group, Midtown Global Market, Mercado Central, et cetera. So it's long-term affordable commercial space that we're after in the neighborhoods with neighborhood entrepreneurs being there long-term and given their, participating in, leading their own community in that way. So over on University Avenue with this light rail project, there was this really long, like decade-long run-up to the project. And that's significant because the business owners and the neighborhood folks really burnt out on going to meetings. So God bless you all. But and hopefully this is a more compressed process you have. But people got sort of meeted and surveyed to death in some ways. And a lot of people checked out, or a lot of people got angry. A lot of people got confused. And so when this was really starting to look like it was going to happen, we were asked initially by the mayor to take a lead role in trying to not lose any businesses. And there's 800 little businesses, and they're going to tear up the street for 2 or 3 years, get rid of parking for everybody. And we're looking back at the mayor saying, how much are you going to give us to do this? And they didn't have any money for that at that point, which is why what Jonathan was talking about ended up being really important. I would say that the recognition of the potential damage to the business district along that avenue and what that would mean for the whole community was late in coming by the planners of the project, even by the mayors and so on. But it did come, and frankly came in time to where we ended up working with over 400 of these little businesses, and only 4 of them went out of business during the 3 years of construction. So the way we did it, I'll just mention real quickly here, but we can talk about it as much as you'd like. But our first starting point was to view these business people as what they are, which are resilient entrepreneurs and survivors. They're also usually pretty close to broke most of the time, and their books tend to be kind of rough, and they typically didn't have much of a internet presence, et cetera, right? So, but we kind of stayed out of the fray. There was a lot of fray going on. There were lawsuits, there were protests, there was a lot of stuff going on. Naida was leading a lot of that with her group, and it was critical, frankly, that they did that, and it made the project vastly better over time. But we said, we're just going to focus on what we do, and which is being with the little businesses. So we approached them through their front door with a team that we assembled. We had a thing called U7, University 7. So it was 7 organizations. And actually, both these two were part of that initially, because before Jonathan had that job, he ran a group up on Rice Street that was one end of the line. So we got a lot of different community groups that had a presence on one part or other of the avenue, that knew the businesses, that could connect with them, that could get their trust, that spoke their language. And we assembled all of them. We got all that thing funded. We got staff that were, we hired staff that were kind of both culturally competent, but also business savvy. So when they walked in the door, they didn't look like, they're doing another survey or inviting you to a meeting. They could walk in and talk business. Like, we literally we wrote a script for what's the first 3 sentences you're going to say when you walk in, so that people don't shut you down and throw you out. We also decided right away to go after branding and offer that as a free service for every business. Because number one, you could kind of lay something in front of them that was like eye candy, that was, like a logo, a sign or something, a new menu, and try to get in there and become their partner and a trusted ally, rather than walking in and saying, do you want a loan, which involves books and debt. And anyway, so there's a lot of strategy behind how we went in. And then from that branding thing, we could build out their internet presence. Most of them didn't have one, like I said, but they had kids that were savvy, right? So this kind of brought the two generations of the families together. And we built out websites, social media presence, POS systems, so they could, because you got to get customers like that can't come to your store, right? Because it's like, a war zone out there. So, in that sense, we sort of focused them on what they really needed to focus on, which is marketing and surviving, getting business, during a time when customers couldn't get to them. And if you think about like what we're still in the middle of the pandemic, it was pretty relevant, frankly, to how we kept the global market going for the last 2.5 years, how, lots of players really started supporting and recognizing the critical importance of small mom and pop businesses, particularly owned by people of color. We got real involved in the communications that has been talked about by Ed Goetz for a minute. We helped design a $20,000 forgivable loan. That was really a grant, but it had to be called a loan. So anyway, there's a lot of detail on how we ended up doing that. But we got, I think, 200 of those out. And we did it with absolutely minimal paperwork, time, hassle. That's a pretty good shot in the arm, because $20,000 of cash, for most businesses, like 400,000 of sales if you have a 5% profit margin, right? So that really helped support a lot of these folks. And then the last thing I'll mention is that we got real involved in mixed use development projects. So Naida's group did the one you see at University and Western. I think it was Land O'Lakes. What do you call it? Old home. Naida's group, our group, and Model Cities, and the Frogtown CDC. The four of us did the project at University in Dale, where Los Ocampo is. We were all involved, although not directly developers, of the Rondo Library project. And then we just finished and opened our brand new project at University in Dale called Frogtown Crossroads. Those three, and then Model Cities did Brownstone. And we worked together. In fact, three of us were together last night. Not Sage, we didn't invite him, but we would have. We did. He was busy. No, but Beverly Hawkins, who was the longtime leader of Model Cities. So we had about a 20-year highly active partnership around the redevelopment of University in Dale, because you guys probably all know what that used to be like. And doing mixed use projects is hard. In fact, it's so hard, most housing developers hate them and won't do them and badmouth them. And so that's a little bit of a thing I have. We can talk about that. Thank you.
A lot of knowledge just being casually dropped very quickly. Next up, we have Mr. Hiscock.
So I think I'll just shift gears a little bit in sort of comments and just talk a little bit from the organizing perspective and the challenge. I think sometimes in organizing, we refer to how you have to win 3 times. The first is that you have to make the issue an issue so that people are talking about it. The second win is that you have to get the yeses, to whatever the campaign is or the request or the demand is. And then the third is you have to win implementation. And I feel like we've made equitable development an issue that people have been talking about for a while. There's a set of wins or statements that we've gotten through comprehensive plans, station area plans, different resolutions, things we've extracted, funding, different things like that. But the real challenge, I feel, is this issue around how is it that we win implementation or operationalize those changes. And we have a couple of huge barriers that we're up against in making that happen. I think one is just the unstated piece around ideology. At the very founding of our sort of settler colonialist government was, property rights, that, you were fully enfranchised if you were male, white, and owned property. So, we've expanded who has access to property and, voting, but our legal framework and culture still really centers that piece around property, which makes it so difficult for us even now to have a conversation around how we center the well-being of people who do not own property, who are renting or leasing their business space. And I think that really makes it a challenge when we are looking at creating changes within different municipalities, is that they also run up against that wall of how is it they develop policies, practices, and procedures that will hold up legally as well. I think the second big challenge is that as a structure here in the Twin Cities in our country, we have dispersed power and implementation in government. So we can win one thing here, but then we have to go to all these different suburban communities and pass the same thing over and over again. And each of those communities have limited resources, different levels of expertise. So it makes it very hard for sort of under-resourced groups to make those changes throughout there. And I think that really puts a lot of pressure on Hennepin County, Metropolitan Council to do more than just the convening piece, but provide some of that deeper technical assistance and help get at some of those deeper policy pieces that those municipalities really need. So those are some of the, just sort of overall statements that I think are huge challenges that are going to keep surfacing up and really add to the conflict and the tension between community members and local government. And I think the other piece I'll just add on here is the fact that we have inadequate resources to actually organize renters. And much of our organizing is when there is a crisis, but it isn't sort of that ongoing sort of civic engagement and inclusion in a whole set of other things around their life besides just housing. And so that takes time. And so when there is a problem or urgency, you show up. And there is no trust, there is no relationship, there isn't necessarily belief that this will necessarily work. So I know part of this was to talk a little bit about sort of successes, so I'm gonna just list off a couple and maybe Nicole will say that they weren't successes after a little bit of time because we'll see.
Yeah, what do you got?
Well, just because, they were a while ago, so
Sure.
you may have lived with the consequence. So one, I would say is just this piece around responding to sort of the crisis. So in Hopkins recently, there is a redevelopment that's already started by Trilogy, a Chicago-based developer, purchased property within the station area. It had been strip mall, sort of small development, really needed to be redeveloped. I mean, the businesses there the owner wasn't investing in it. They were just sitting on it. So the Chicago-based developer comes in, enters into a long-term negotiation. What happens is that they enter into a non-disclosure arrangement. So no one is really directly talking to those business owners about what's coming. And there's just ambiguity because they don't know the deal is going to happen until the deal is going to happen. And the city is not directly communicating with them either because, again, they're only required to notify property owners. So this is in a station area, a lot of naturally occurring affordable housing around there, and they're planning what will become a 770 unit market rate development. And so really those businesses don't really learn about what's going to happen until basically the deal is done. And so they receive initially like a 30-day notice. So as community business owners, we come together, apply a lot of pressure and secure a set of different concessions, both from the developer and the city. And this was all last minute, so there's lots of drama. But there was an extension of the eviction for those businesses in phase one. There was some small money provided to help with their transition. The city modified their public notification process and created a pool of money that only one business could potentially get. But that extension allowed those businesses to stay up to almost another 5 to 6 months to help with their transition. And then the businesses part of phase two have not been paying rent for the last year, and they have a clear timeline for moving. So, again, the success is sort of mitigation there. The second I would say is Lao Assistance Center with Olson Townhomes in Harrison. So in that area, which has been sort of site-based Section 8, the townhomes primarily lived in by Lao families and kind of a mix of African-American and African immigrants have lived there. Great place to live because you have a little bit of space for gardening. It's kind of more of a, almost like, even though they're townhomes, so different sort of structures, you can have larger families there. So when they learned about the potential for redevelopment, they started working with the developer around sort of phase development, so people would not be displaced but be able to move into the new units as they happen, and a bunch of other different concessions to sort of make that transition more humane. So we can say that's a win, but at the same time, those families lose out on that opportunity to have a larger family sort of centered unit, and also that space for community gardening. So it has sort of, even though people are able to stay in place, there's sort of the cultural implications around just health and well-being. So those are a couple sort of, successes. And, maybe later we can talk a little bit about some policy recommendations.
So we haven't talked in a while. It's
Yeah,
been a
we
few
have.
years, but there is actually another win that came out of the Olson Townhome redevelopment project. So when I was looking back at that project, they had received during, I think, well, you were executive director, they had received an affordable housing loan from the city of Minneapolis for $550,000. That money was dependent on them keeping those units affordable for 15 years. So they had just come up on 14 years when they were going to transition into this this new project. And we organized like 70 residents, got in there for a meeting with the owner and the developer, and called the question, are you willing to return that $550,000 to the city? And under pressure, they said yes. They could have delayed the timeline by just like a few months and they wouldn't have had to return the money. So the money goes back to the city. What we did then was we got the money back from the city into a new development in the neighborhood. It's the LEAF, now known as the Harrison Townhome Project. So that's 19 units of affordable townhomes for ownership. And we were able to get the money back from the city invested into that project for half of those units to be affordable for families earning 40% of AMI. So a family earning $40,000 would be able to purchase those homes. So that was another a win that came out of it, that project after your time. But so that was a bit of a tangent, but a good win for that.
You can hear, I remember.
Yeah,
that night, so.
yeah. And I think for Harrison, to provide a larger historic context for the Blue Line project, recognizing that, up until the 1930s, the Harrison and near North Side neighborhoods were one of the only places in the city where Black folks and Jewish folks could own property. And in 1936, that community was destroyed by the construction of Olson Highway. When the light rail project was initially sold to the community, it was sold, and it was supposed to go down Olson, it was sold to the community as a reparative infrastructure project, right? So that this would be a way to finally kind of repair some of the harm that had been caused to the community by Olson Highway. Olson Highway is extremely dangerous. If any of you have ever, traveled on it by car, even, like, it is completely unsafe. And it has acted as a barrier between the Harrison neighborhood and the rest of the near side for decades. And so, the coming light rail was supposed to be a way to kind of help stitch those communities back together. Harrison and the near North Side were promised a lot of things in connection with the light rail. After decades of disinvestment, this was supposed to be an opportunity to finally get commercial retail development in the neighborhood to potentially finally have a community serving grocery store. It was also sold as a way to get more affordable housing into the neighborhood. I think that at that time, the prevailing thought was that displacement isn't going to happen until after construction starts. And maybe that was the case with the Hiawatha, situation. We knew by that time that that's not what we were seeing in St. Paul. And that was not like the anecdotal experience, at least, of our neighbors in St. Paul. And we started seeing the impacts of it in Harrison on the ground. And so even though the line had only just recently been announced, within a 2-year period, we saw a property value increase of 60%. We saw speculators moving into the neighborhood, jacking up, rents, taking over entire buildings, slapping a coat of paint on them, and jacking up rents by $300 overnight. So we lost hundreds of residents from displacement from a train that was not yet built and is not now going to be built. And so in connection with that, we also had zoning changes that were made through the station area planning process. So there was an entire section of the neighborhood that had been rezoned for transit-oriented development. In that time, since the rezoning in 2018, we've seen a lot of new development in the neighborhood. And I think that this kind of goes to Ed's point around, market shifts. And then later on, you see the demographic shift. I think that's where Harrison kind of is right now, where we're kind of in the middle of that, where we have 1,000 units either that have either recently been constructed, that are currently being constructed or are approved for construction. That's almost like doubling the size of the Harrison neighborhood. A lot of these units are either market rate or they're affordable at a level of 50% or 60% of area median income. But the median income in Harrison is $35,000. So 50% or 60% is still, twice as much as what Harrison residents can afford. Looking at those units, there's about 60 units that are affordable at that 30% area median income level out of almost 1,000 new units coming online. And those units were actually won by Harrison. We fought to get those units included into these buildings, and they're primarily through what's called project-based vouchers through Minneapolis Public Housing Authority. So those are public housing units within a private development. And so for Harrison, for us, we experienced the detriment of the project, and now we're set to potentially not receive the benefits. And so our big question is, how are we going to be made whole? How are we going to get the safety improvements we were promised on Olson Highway? How are we going to make sure we get the infrastructure improvements that we were promised? Just simple things like reconnecting sidewalks that should have been connected anyway, right? It shouldn't have to be part of a blue line investment project to get some of these things that the community just deserves. A community serving grocery store. And we want more public housing. We want rent control. We're a founding member of the Minneapolis United for Rent Control Coalition. We have been out there now for 2 years fighting for rent control. We want strong rent control capped at 3% annually, no corporate loopholes like yesterday. We want that. And, we're also fighting for tenant opportunity to purchase so that when people's units go up for sale, they have the opportunity to purchase that unit. And stricter inclusionary zoning requirements that would require private developments to include 30% of the units at 30% of area median income and below, and more public housing. We just need more public housing. Dan?
Thanks, Nicole. I'm always nervous I'm on this side of Nicole. So my hat today is really about Green Line, and I am going to talk about Green Line, but I want to talk a little bit about timing. I want to talk a little bit about timing in this work and what I've heard so far today, and a little bit on this. And this is basically just based on my involvement now for the last 15 years working on light rail. The Hiawatha line was the first light rail line built in the Twin Cities. Everybody knows that. And so as Dr. Goetz talked about this morning, upon the opening of the line, okay, now somebody, not only are they going to build it, it's a real thing, right? Then they started to see some shifts. Okay. And so some of that work happened. But then on the Green Line study, it wasn't the opening day when that happened. It was the full funding grant agreement, which happened in right around 2010, when the full funding grant agreement came in place. And now not only is there likely to be a light rail, the full funding grant agreement is in place. I think people feel a little more confident, right? There's a light rail line running. So now we've got full funding here for a second line, and that's in place. Want to talk about a little bit about what Nicole said. The Blue Line extension phase 1 never got a full funding grant agreement. So we didn't even get to that point, but because it was the third or fourth line in the metro area, it didn't even have to wait for that to happen, as some of the things Nicole talked about happening started to happen, because these are extensions, because we were building on some of those pieces. So when I fast forward to, Mike talked about getting that business resource stuff in place, too late, but still at a time when it was effective. That's when we started construction. So when we moved, part of why I think, and I'm glad to see everybody here today, is because when we moved to this, if you will, Blue Line Extension 2.0, my colleague Sam O'Connell and I, having been through 8 months of public meetings, just getting up to this, said right off the bat, we have got to have in place something that starts talking about displacement and this kind of work right now, not when construction starts, not when the FFGA is upon us, now, because we started to see some of those things happen. And not only in Harrison, but I'm sure if we talk to John, and I'm sure if we talk to Robbinsdale, I'm sure if we talk to Brooklyn Park, some of those same things happening there. So it's real, because the ability to get a project delivered is real in people's mind. They're not thinking, well, I don't know if they'll ever actually get this thing built. People are saying, if this is where they want to build it, we ought to think about that. So part of what we'll do with this is look backwards on what we were unable to do in Harrison, but then look forward to what we'll be able to do on this alignment as well, in terms of putting those pieces in place. The timing, I believe now, during the environmental assessment, not after, you know, the environmental documentation is done and the record of decision is in place or the construction plans are completed, but now is the time to be having this discussion. It's certainly not too early for that to be the case. That's a little bit about timing. Back to Green Line, I'm going to give you a number, 2,500. 2,500 is a number, I don't know if there's any science to this, but it's the number that I had in my brain as a director of construction of the number of doorways that accessed the construction zone in the project area. Now, I'm guessing that doesn't include downtown or around the capital area. So kind of University and Rice over to the University of Minnesota, 2,500 doors. Now, those doors ranged from the front doors into the Target store on University and Hamlin to the front door into a very small family-owned Asian grocery somewhere in the, you know, Western area. Like Mike talked about the 400 businesses they worked with, that simply was shoestring, run, owned, everything by that small family, and everywhere in between. And so when you are the bringer of the war zone, as Mike had said, right? I'm the bringer of the war zone because I'm bringing this contractor in to do this construction. What are we doing to help those folks? Now, we tried a lot of things. Some of them worked and some of them did not, as I said. I mean, obviously we had said, well, we must always keep access open to businesses. Well, what does that mean? The road's open, but is it really effective? I mean, it's one lane in each direction with the 16 and the 50 still running, right? So you got one lane and the bus stops are out in the middle of the street, and you know, the buses are stopping, 16 is stopping every block and traffic's backed up, and who's turning right? So are people avoiding it? Sure. We had kept access open into the doorway. In some cases, that was a sidewalk in front of the building. And in some cases, it was through these cones, around these cones, up here, through this, up over some plywood into a doorway. That's not simple. And let me tell you this, when you're working with contractors, they believe, well, they're just walk in through the mud, through the dirt, over these rocks, around these cones, past this equipment and in, and that's adequate access. So when I talk about, I've heard people say, but all we had out there was these plywood walkways. I want to tell you how hard it was to fight to get the plywood walkways. So we learned how we're going to write specifications in the future to demand in the plans, this is what you will build. This is what you will have in place along here. We tried something on Central Corridor called the Community-Based Incentive Program, where we had segments of the University Avenue piece broken up, and there was a community designated group that would rate the contractor's responsiveness through access and signing and all those pieces. And upon a positive rating, the contractor would get an incentive payment. The contractor did not see that as an incentive payment. The contractor saw that as, if I do my job, I will get that money. Okay, that's not what it was intended to be. And so they felt they were always owed it because, you know, they weren't shut down. And so the community would say, well, this wasn't good, that wasn't good. And it was it didn't work. I'm telling you that, but something like that may work. That program that we set up at that time, it just didn't work. So how do we think about that differently? How do we understand the difference between minimum requirements? Because a contractor has got one role to make money, right? And so many contractors do great work. I'm not saying that, but ultimately their basis is I need to be able to get this construction built and make money. So how do we do something different that helps provide that with community feedback? We're going to definitely look at ways that that can be the thing. The other one I want to talk about just quickly, because we had it up there, was about construction communications. And one thing I think that has happened is, even though 2010 and 2011 are not that long ago, 10 years ago, you know, we still relied primarily on the creation of hard copy map construction updates, right? And that world, of course, has changed dramatically. So you can have now, with social media and with internet networking and with those kind of things, you can really start to get real-time information. And contractor schedules change daily, not even weekly or monthly. They change daily. So there are times when you really need to get that communication out there and get it out there fast. And so that world has changed a lot. So I always say we're going to do what we did before, except we're going to get rid of what didn't work. And so as we move forward into this work, number one, we're at the right time. I think we're, you know, we didn't even have this level of anti-displacement work in place on Blue Line 1.0, and shame on us. And so we're here now. And so and when I say we, I mean the county, Met Council, our community partners with all of the municipalities, helping to bring all of you together and get this work done. So hopefully we'll be there.
So we're not done. I don't know. I just okay. So I want y'all to be able to answer questions. We're going to get the food. And I know we're running a little bit behind schedule, but I think there's a wealth of knowledge on this stage, and I know y'all have questions. But I also want to say beforehand too, hopefully what we're trying to do is introduce you to folks that have relationships with. And there's way more that you can ask them than we can even have time for to talk about today. Again, this could have been a 24-hour meeting. Like, right? This could have been an 8-hour meeting. It's with you 6. I think, right? Probably wouldn't want to do that. They would have said no. So I just want to say that, but now's the time for y'all's questions. What are y'all thinking? What do you want to learn? Wealth of knowledge and wisdom up here. For sure. Y'all thinking. And just when you respond to a question, I'm going to try to bring the microphone. Can you just repeat the question just so we can capture it on record? Yes, Terrence.
One question I had about development: how did we get more BIPOC minorities developers in that space, and how did you get more folks of color on these jobs so that they can stay in the neighborhood, so they can stay and be invested in their communities? How did that work? And if it did not work, what can we do differently to ensure that folks within the community during construction, and post-construction, that we have resources available pre and post for folks in our community to live and to thrive during this critical time of redevelopment. So.
That's a great question and a complicated one, because there's different levels of your question, obviously. So one level is labor, a different level is subcontractors, a third level is general contractors, and then you can also divvy that up by the size of the project. So starting with all those issues on the actual construction of the light rail system itself, that's one big can of worms right there. And what we think happened was there were some minority subs that got involved, and they're all out of business because these are brutal projects, and I don't think there's any mystery about that. Same with building a Viking stadium, same with, you know, so it's a construction as a subcontractor eats people up alive in a hurry. So some of this issue, so we have a whole contractor training program and small incubator on the east side of St. Paul. But the size of the project, how the general pays you, doesn't pay you, how you bid it, what happened during it, is all can be really, well, has historically brought a lot of businesses down. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't get involved. This is like, you got to be smart about it as a community and as a developer of a big project like that. For our projects that we've done, like we had 30% on Frogtown Square, which we did again with Naida's group and Model Cities, of the total project cost went to minority subs. And a little after that, Kevin Lindsay was the commissioner of human rights at the state, and he publicly said that's, you know, and it wasn't because of us, but he made that a standard for labor on a project. But I think also for subcontractors, I would be surprised if that's been met very often. So, you know, a lot of it's a whole sort of almost like ecosystem that you need to be thinking about with that big question you asked, because it's like, it's about training. It's about, you know, what's written into the contracts, what's required, what's demanded versus what are just sort of goals. And we would pay more with the project we just finished. We paid an extra $100,000 for sheetrock on a $28 million project to get it to a black sub. But we're a nonprofit. We have high goals in that regard. We train some of these people. We finance some of these people. So it's a, you know, it's quite a complicated beast you're talking about, but it absolutely ought to be front and center and priority A, starting now again, for getting real about it.
That is a complicated question. And a lot of it does depend on trying, you know, if you're trying to include smaller contracts, do they have the expertise? And when you think about, I'm going to separate the two, something like a light rail construction, are there many subcontractors out there that have the necessary skills that can do it? So usually in communities of color, looking at contractors of color, a lot of times they don't have those skills. And so they may or may not get hired. But going back to looking at the housing development, that mixed use development, and what Mike was talking about, when he talked about the values, we were very intentional about who was going to work on that project. We were very intentional about, as he talked about, creating those avenues so that, and those pathways that smaller contractors could be involved, or contractors of color. And let me tell you, there are contractors of color that have the expertise to do a lot of things, but let's face it, they don't get the same opportunities of being hired on those projects. So from the general contractor down to the smallest piece of work, we made sure that if you didn't have a contractor of color, it was because they couldn't, you know, they didn't have the expertise maybe to do it. But some of the things that were done from organizations that Mike's very well of, Jonathan's very well of, I've been on some of their boards, Mike has been on some of their boards, and, you know, just looking at the work that NDC did, but they actually created funds and resources that would help contractors of color or low-income contractors to give money for their inventory if they didn't have it. They were able to get those loans, and maybe the repayment was different. But there were that's some intentional things that have to be done to create those opportunities. Maybe their credit wasn't very good. MCCD, Metropolitan Consortium of CDCs, they're located over in Minneapolis. NDC did some of the same things. They improved their credit. They give them an improvement loan to, help their credit. And for the most part, people or the contractors that got those loans actually paid those things back, so that they could, again, because it takes good credit to get a loan. So just as trying to go out and get any other resources, home improvement, whatever, buying a home. So the work and the resources, you have to think, and I'm not going to use that term, outside of the box. You have to be innovative and creative in creating those products, those funding products, and how you do the bid packets. A lot of the large packets got split up. Maybe there's one packet for the whole thing, but it got split up, so that created opportunities for others. And one of the things, as you said, that's the whole key. Either they got paid or got slow, and those things come in, and those things are critical. And some small contractors, that is challenging. But the fact about, can they use this to go on to a bigger projects? What happened on ours, for an example, that general contractor maybe didn't ever think about doing smaller bid projects. And what some of them were able to do is, once they got to know this contractor and work with that contractor, they took them on other jobs. So hopefully, building the light rail, I don't know that data, maybe, I forgot your name. Dan might know that data. Do they go on to be able to do some other things? But I think that's an important question, because that's what happened. And if you're not intentional, whoever your general contractor is, if you're not intentional, it's not going to happen. I'm just going to be honest. It's just not going to happen. So, and you have to, it might even be more costly. So if you're not willing, and it is, don't get me wrong, it's very, very important to manage your budget. So I don't want to say be willy-nilly. It is important that you manage your construction costs, because sometimes that can be very, very detrimental, meaning will your project get done or not, or are you going to be in trouble with your funders?
Terry, I think part of your question was maybe also about after construction.
Yep.
And I just thought I'd give one example on the green line, given the number of anchor institutions, the number of educational institutions and healthcare entities along the green line. There was a group of them that came together and developed a program that took students who were learning healthcare careers in the zip codes surrounding the central corridor of the green line, and essentially got them access to interviews for internships and training programs at the hospital. So this was thinking about who was who could take advantage of the training programs connected by light rail now to eventually get a job. And it was it took some work to get there, but it was fairly simple for them to then identify those students and kind of get them in line for interviews.
That's a great point that you bring up, Jonathan. That I think part of the research that needs to happen is, in our community, we need to know what those jobs are, what those training resources are on the front end. Because we can't be in reactive mode once the contract is done, and once some out-of-town contractor gets the job, and then we're out of the training on the front end. We haven't done any work. If this project's a year or two out, we need to understand that now, so that we're putting those things in place now, so that when the job times come, we have folks that are readily available, and we don't create this system of even more anti-displacement. So yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do, but we got to do something, right?
Well, but I don't know the answers, but I certainly know the issues and the things we got to tackle. Now I will say one of the benefits is, I'm sure probably, hi, John, if you're listening, I know John Tao, who works for Metro Transit and who works in the EEO office, is a part of the leadership on how do we build in both the use of small minority contractors and how do we build up local workforce as well. Local workforce is one that's starting to come up more relevantly now. I was just mentioning Nicole, the federal government, we use a lot of federal funds when we build light rail. And so we are subject to federal rules a lot of times, but there's a bit of a change in the thinking about the use of, you know, directing contractors to utilize specific workforces. And so to the point that we can start now, 3 years before a shovel gets, you know, put into the ground, thinking about how we prepare the people here along this entire alignment to potentially be working on the project around them. That's something we got to think about how we can make some of those things work.
And this is my last point. I think it's so important for folks of color that live in this community is that it's one thing to be displaced, but it's another thing to drive by and don't see people of color working on these jobs. So that's where the racial tension begins to happen. And that's where the distrust in our community begins to happen, because I'm sure just like with Harrison deal, you have folks that kind of move in, now we got to move out, but then you have people on the jobs that don't look like us, and then there's a double whammy. So we have to be imperative, double down on this fact of making sure that folks going to stay in the community and work there, and then I'm not going to stay off this issue.
No, and that, I mean, that's one we need to, I mean, I'm with you, Terry. That's one we need to stay on here. It's going to be a big deal because it provides both not causing that tension, but also just providing opportunities right here, right in the areas where the impacts are, the opportunities for work and for earnings are there as well.
And then what's going to happen is, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. If folks not on these jobs, these folks are going to be prepared to shut these jobs down. I mean, that's what's going to happen. They're going to do some social justice. They're going to shut down the contractors and the job's not get done. So I'm sorry.
I think they're.
Well, and believe me, that certainly isn't one of my goals.
We don't get it, shut it down.
So I'm just going to add just a slightly different spin on sort of the set of answers, because I think what everyone said here is completely right, is just this piece around, again, how we think about who is benefiting from this. I think we oftentimes in our conversations think and talk most about exclusion or disparity, and we're not adequately analyzing, looking at who and how people are benefiting from it. For instance, so like with the Green Line extension, that's now up to $2.5 billion. So that's a $2.5 billion public infrastructure investment, along with all the other investments from the public and philanthropy that are going on. And that is directly creating private value for people who own property, you know, commercial space, industrial space, homeowners. And for us to be thinking about what is the balance or moderation to that value that is being created, and what's the expectation for multiple, you know, bottom lines, or, you know, expanding who and how people benefit from that, is really, because otherwise it just goes invisible. And that's the challenge with privilege and all these pieces, because it becomes invisible if it's not part of the conversation. So I think we need to be really clear about that and be thinking about what are the different sort of interventions that need to happen that over time will expand who has access over ownership. You know, for instance, we'll, you know, do a $2.5 billion public infrastructure investment, and then we'll also do a 20-year TIF district for a redevelopment. And that's redirecting taxes from local government, schools, in the state. Yet we won't negotiate right of first refusal for a business or another mission-driven entity to purchase that property 20 years later. And that developer will be able to sell that property or do whatever with it once that TIF district is complete. So we do need to have a huge shift in our thinking around that, and think about how is it that we keep and maintain ownership local and create opportunities for other people to get access to it, so it is more fair and equitable over time. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to ask a question similar to what he was saying, because I like jobs. Everyone likes jobs, but I think the community is more concerned about how do we maintain or acquire ownership of the community that we're in, that we've been neglected from that. And this particular corridor between 94 and Robbinsdale, the city and the state of the county they own more properties here than they do anywhere else in the city that are just left vacant. And the communities then want them to acquire those. But if they go up for RFPs, there's no way in this world that anyone in this community can actually compete with the larger developers, Sherman and so on. So how do we make sure that the community is prioritized in acquiring those and activating those spaces?
So there's a term that they use, highest and best. And that's where you're screwed before it starts, right? Because that sets the stage for the highest and best use, right? So what does that mean? Well, who's going to pay the most, but also where's the taxes going to be the most? And if that's the driving factor of disposing these publicly owned properties, that it's over, right? So that's what you got to get in there and change is what is their priorities for disposing of these repossessed properties? I mean, how did they end up owning them? It was because someone didn't pay their taxes, right? Typically. So, and you got some people from the county here. Joan's there. She can do that.
All right, Joan. Task one.
It's really important to identify these key terms that are barriers, and there is the will. You have counted. I was a organizer before I came to the county.
I know, that's what I'm
And I worked
picking
with
on.
Naida real closely, spent a lot of time in over St. Anthony offices with lots of dynamic people, but it's really important to pay attention to what are these little barrier points for change. And I think everybody on this panel, including Dan Solar, is like helping to identify those. I think there is good opportunity for systems change here. We're here in this room. Let's do the work.
Yeah. And I just had one more point to I think what Terry, your name is I work with some folk that have really looked at the equity around using the Section 8 dollars. Those are federal funds. And part of those dollars can be used for training in our cities and in our counties. And, part of those dollars, the federal dollars, have dictated that cities should be setting up programs for training and to get people prepared. And in fact, my colleague actually sued the federal government because they weren't using those funds correctly. They're for funding low-income contractors in low-income neighborhoods. And part of those dollars were around creating that workforce that's needed. So I would suggest looking at those Section 8 dollars, and if you don't have a training program developed, then you should develop one, because that's what some of those dollars are for. I know it's bad terms, wording, but in St. Paul, we were not using those Section 8 dollars to do training. So, look at that path as well.
I know Ricardo has a question, and I also want to get y'all to lunch. I don't know if they're going to be hanging around for a while. They probably have lots of things they want to do.
How good is the lunch?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. So I want to make sure y'all get to lunch and y'all get a break before we jump into our afternoon session too. So if it's okay, we'll take this as the last question, but then they'll be around if y'all want to come and ask them something. Is that okay for y'all too? Or we can also do closing points if that's what you want to do. Yeah.
Thank you. So I guess that, like in the lens of these meetings, we're looking to create recommendations to address the issues that we're putting forward, right? So if it was up to you, like how much money would you recommend that we put forward to actually impact the issues that we're talking about, right? Because we're talking about this very nebulous thing, but as an organizer, I need to know how much money do we need, not only to avoid the crisis, but to buy the whole corridor. Right, so I don't know if like on the county end or on the green line, like how much money did you all get versus how much do you need it? Or I just want to talk about money for a second for us to have clarity about how much are we gonna ask for or recommend.
You know what?
That's a good, oh, Lord.
Anybody want to go first?
So it again depends on if you're trying to set up a training program or trying to buy the whole street. Right, so that's like quite a range there. So one thought that comes to my mind is to look at what the $2 billion McKnight Foundation thing is that I think they call it Groundbreak, something or other, that they just launched like a month ago or something. So that number they came up with, particularly around rebuilding corridors, and I'm pretty sure West Broadway is part of their thinking. I'm not 100% sure. Another number that is not the answer to your question, but I mean, you're asking a really interesting question, but there's a $500 million of damage that is the best estimate I've seen that happened on Lake Street during the uprising, right? To buy property, which is, I think, a great move. I mean, if the public sector already owns it, try to get it for $1. But if you got to buy it at market rate, you know, you can get numbers for what does it cost to buy land. You got to hold the land for quite a while, you know, and there's land banks. There's, you know, LISC is a good source for a lot of what you're talking about. So I guess I'd say it's more of a project to answer your question than just like throw out a number. And I'd get kind of, you know, so you'd have almost like different buckets. And then you could pretty successfully get a decent working number for different pieces of what you're talking about.
I would just add to that, think about what it is you're trying to accomplish. Could be affordable housing, for example, and decide, we think we need to do this much in affordable housing in this section of the corridor. What are the, you know, a key number of sites that we need to get control of and build, and that's where you begin then to build your number up. One of the things that happened along the green line was early on, there was an assessment of all the neighborhood-based plans that have been done in those corridors, and all the sidewalks were added up, all the affordable housing that had been called for in those plans was added up. So that was already determined in neighborhood-based plans. And a consultant was able to go through and put a number to sidewalks so that it could strategically be built as that money became available over time. The same was true around affordable housing. Same could be true around business development. So thinking about in those buckets, as Mike said.
I just want to add one thing of a thought process. If you got to work backwards from what can your folks afford at the end of this process and work backwards through all the costs of doing it to get your answer. Because like what we do is develop affordable commercial space. Well, typically what low-income startup mom and pop level entrepreneurs can afford to pay for is basically just the taxes and the operating costs, the common area cost, not any debt on the whole project, and usually not even building out their own space. I mean, we're building a coffee shop at University in Dale right now. That's a $500,000 build out, and it's a young Black woman coming in there, startup coffee shop. You know, you can't make that kind of money selling coffee. So all of that needs to be factored in if that's what you want at the end, is to have affordable long-term opportunity, whether it's in housing or commercial or any of these projects. Work backwards from what that reality is.
Can I just mention one example that's a little different, comes at your question a little differently? Naida mentioned that she advocated for these 3 additional stops and was told there was not enough money to build the 3 additional stops, which was true, and it didn't stop Naida. So even though there was a dollar amount that was unattainable, that group won every little step along the way. They had stationary plans done as if there was going to be a station. They got some environmental money and got the county did some work, and they just picked away at it until it got to the point where they could be built. Then they were already 50% of the way there because they had done all these little things along the way. And she, even though there wasn't enough money, it didn't stop Naida. She just kept moving in getting little bits of money along the way until they became a possibility.
I'm going to offer a slightly different way of looking at this because I feel like it doesn't matter what decade, there's never enough money. When times are bad and land is cheap, there's no money to buy it. When times are good, there's not enough money to buy it because it's too expensive. So there's always that kind of going on, and it makes it just maddening. What I oftentimes think about is after the tornado that came through parts of North Minneapolis, FEMA was doing an assessment. There was this effort to get renters compensated who had been displaced. And FEMA did not provide them financial support, not because they themselves didn't, their incomes, they would have qualified. However, their formula, they look at the region's wealth. And based upon looking at the region, they said that we should be able to take care of this ourselves. And so they didn't receive support from FEMA because our region has the resources to take care of it. So I think for us to be mindful around, there is enough resource here. It's whether or not we have the will and focus to do something different. That for me was kind of the lesson with that. And it requires all of us to think very differently. Like when I think about my time at Harrison, there was discussions around what would be our role should we purchase property. And as a neighborhood group, then we decided not to engage in real estate purchases because there was, community development corporations were struggling, some were going under, you needed, technical expertise to start one. So there was, I would say in hindsight, a lack of vision and lack of confidence in our own skill set. And we looked to others to do that. And we missed out on the opportunity to control and purchase quite a bit of land within the community that could have really been pivotal about who and how people benefit now. We can certainly argue that may have been the right decision then, but legacy-wise, it was not the right decision. So I think that really puts some pressure on all of us to be thinking about what is the right set of decision and sacrifice now to have a different set of opportunities around who controls land, who has access to capital 10, 20, 30 years from now. So
and I would just add to that as part of our campaign to bring back 6th Avenue North. If folks are familiar, we're trying to remove Olson Highway. And it looks like MnDOT is going to be doing a demonstration to see about implementing our immediate pedestrian safety demands, and then looking at what can be done to fully remove Olson Highway. And so when that process happens, that's going to open up land, right? Once you remove those lanes. That land is currently owned by, the government. It's publicly owned land. And to your point, I don't know that it's necessary that Harrison Neighborhood Association wants to control that land, but we don't want it to be at the whim of private developers that are not interested in developing that land for the benefit of existing residents and are highly motivated by profit. And so we're calling for that land to remain publicly owned, to be developed as public housing and potentially mixed use, right? Where you would have commercial space, government-owned commercial space that would be guaranteed affordable for entrepreneurs or business owners in the area. And so that's kind of our updated answer to that to that question in Harrison.
Let's give our panelists a round of applause. We appreciate you.
I feel like this was just you and me
I
catching
hope
up.
y'all take it up.
you
I know all of you are hungry. Get some food, free time,
Yes.
nothing to do, and
Yes. Yeah.
thanks, y'all.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was all gonna be part of that. We were definitely working with MnDOT about trying to get that to be converted, like reconstructed also.
That's amazing.
All right, we're about to get started here
I
in
know, we
just a
can just Google
second.
it together.
Yeah.
I love that. I was like,
Yes.
this is such a long email. Ricardo's
All right, we're about to get started. If you are there online.
So I like had a small one. What flavor?
Right, and I know Happy Birthday is a trademark song, but
This is on the video.
So ready?
Oh, it's Allison's birthday tomorrow.
Okay. Let's do it. Yeah. It already feels like a reunion in here, so let's do it, right? Ready? Who's singing? You start. You're Silk Sonic.
Happy day to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Tram and Allison. Happy birthday to you.
All right. That was on YouTube. We're going to get sued.
Yeah. It's forever on the record. This project has time for joy, right? There we go. So we are jumping back into the mix. Before we jump to Tram, I just wanted to make sure we kind of breeze through the quantitative analysis. I don't know if y'all wrote down any questions. We still have Kyle who actually did most of the quantitative or all of the quantitative analysis. Did anybody have any questions about the quantitative elements from what Ed presented earlier? Yes. Yes, so you're talking about the full gentrification study from before? Yes, we can make that. We'll make sure we'll send that out right after this. And yeah, that's would be great. Yes.
If I heard correctly, it was about 10 years old.
Okay,
Okay, that was Ed's in an economic student study on blue line housing real estate values. That was from 2010. That original one he was referencing. There have been others that we did, well, not that we did, but that we looked into when doing like our literature review. That have been done later. Since then, and they found more that those housing premiums basically tend to fade over time. So that the blue line initially may have had some impact on nearby property values, but then that sort of gets that attenuates over time and sort of just tends to match the surrounding areas.
Does the methodology factor in the housing bust?
Does it say that one more time?
Does the methodology account for the housing bust, the collapse of the housing?
Oh, yes. So that wasn't like the distinct focus, but in any housing study for sure would be cognizant of those major economic events for sure. Yeah, definitely. So, in the case, yeah, the blue line, which was completed before the housing bust and, obviously went through it, shortly after, but yeah, definitely. Yep. Yeah. So the question was it cognizant of the housing bust? So I'm just saying it for you too. Yep. Any other quantitative questions? Of course, this isn't the last time. So a big thing is we had to have this first half of this meeting. I don't think folks were probably surprised that we found some of the things that we found, but I think there is sometimes about knowing those things in more particular ways, right? And so hopefully y'all got some aspect of that, both from the quantitative analysis as well as the panel. But I think, again, folks were coming into this room and into the space knowing that there was likely displacement effects resulting from light rail. So we've confirmed those aspects of it for you. But I think all of you are really in this room, not just to know those things, but what can we do about it, right? And I really think the rest of our time, not just the rest of our time today, the rest of our time in this group and in this work is about what are we going to do about those things. We'll come back in the second and third meeting, which is about, the second meeting is about housing and cultural displacement. The third meeting is about business-centered displacement. So we'll fill in more details about those things over time. But I think it's also, you'll probably already know enough to know that we need to do something. And so what we're going to try to do is Tram has been looking at policies, not just for this project, but just what she's interested in life in general. It's what she gets paid to do in life. And so what she's going to do is present a literature review about different policies that we already know about. I suspect a lot of these policies will probably fit things that you're already interested in doing. And we'll also get a chance to sort of talk, we'll go into small groups after that, and you'll get a chance to talk about what does this not address. But when I said, I think we're going to leave this meeting where a lot of these sort of types of processes end, is because it could be really easy for us to say like, hey, these are the 30 policies that sound great. Go ahead and explore those in more detail. Like we could end there. But I think the difference within this process is we want to understand where we generally want to go, but also know that there's a lot of different iterations of each of those different things. So what are the right ones for this area in more particular ways? How do we make sure we don't just talk about these policies abstractly, but how do we also plan for them to exist in a combination that really gets to the heart of what we want to accomplish in preventing displacement in this corridor? I think that's going to be the ultimate power of this group. But what we're going to end today with is, yeah, what do we generally want to point towards and do, right? And there's probably already things that we know we can do. I've been talking with folks after our last session, like, okay, yeah, I know we can do these things already. And like, let's identify those things very quickly, move those things along, and then get to the deeper heart of where we need more work in. So I'm super excited. Tram is one of the most brilliant people that I know, just period. A true success story of the Crucell Fellowship at CURA. Just got to put that plug in, just talk about that. And a great friend. So I'm excited that she's here today on her birthday to talk about this. And hopefully y'all will enjoy it as well.
Thank you.
I'll pull up your presentation too.
Oh yeah, thanks.
Yep.
So weird. I'm not used to having a mic. Hi everyone. My name is Tram Hoang. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the Director of Policy and Research at the Housing Justice Center, and I'm a part of this Blue Line Anti-Displacement Work Group team, partnering with CURA to really present the policy side of the project. So we don't do transit planning, right? Housing Justice Center is a legal nonprofit that focuses on housing policies that help to protect renters, protect tenants, and reduce the racial inequities in our housing system related to renters and homeowners. And so what I bring to this work is, thank you. An exciting PowerPoint. Just kidding. That's an oxymoron. You can't say that. What I bring to this work is housing experience. I was born and raised in Portland, in a neighborhood that underwent a lot of gentrification and displacement. So I have that experience to root me in the work. And like C. Terrence said, I was at the Humphrey School where I studied housing, community development as a Crucell Fellow, and have since worked at some nonprofits in the region working on housing policy and land use policy. So that's what I'm bringing to this space. I am going to be covering a list of almost 30 policies and programs that have been used across the country as a form of anti-displacement prevention or mitigation or harm reduction. And I want to just start this off by saying that that's a lot of stuff, right? So don't feel like you have to walk away from this knowing what the 27 are in detail. That would be an unrealistic goal for both me as the sharer and you as the participants. So really this is like the first taste, right? You're going to hear some things and I really want you to just take note of like what sounds interesting, what sounds like, yeah, not a good match, what you want to learn more about, and what's not being addressed, right? Because there's going to be so many pieces to this work. And this is just an introduction of policies that have been used across the country. They might fit here, they might not, but I just want to give you all the options or as many options as possible. And then if there are things that are missing, we'll just come back to you with more options. So Housing Justice Center is going to be along for the ride for this entire project. And so we'll be able to, have a conversation throughout the next few months about what policies fit for this group. And let's see. Yeah, I'll just dive into it. I did a lot of research around what's been happening across the country related to transit investments, but also large public or private investments like stadiums and new investments in historically disinvested neighborhoods. So I think there are a lot of circumstances that are similar to what we're seeing in the Twin Cities.
Okay, so it wasn't just an ed drop.
I'm sure he'll appreciate that. Okay, perfect. Awesome. So I wanted to start with just grounding ourselves in the past few work group meetings that we've had via Zoom. So when I was doing this policy research, I really wanted to build the recommendations around what I know you are talking about, right? So in the past Zoom meetings, there have been some jam boards and discussions around what are some problems that people want to address or questions that they have. And I kind of categorize them into 5 themes. So one is, what's the role of the private sector, right? In not just the development process, but in helping to mitigate the harms of potential displacement. Another one was small business support. We know that businesses are deeply impacted by the rapid change by construction. How can they be supported? Third is increased home values, right? Or in property values in general, but how does that specifically impact long-term residents who have been used to a certain level of property value and property taxes? Ownership is a big theme. This kind of goes across many of the topics, but what power does ownership give you, right? Land ownership is such a powerful tool, as Larry had mentioned in our panel. And how can different models of ownership support stability across residents and businesses? And then lastly, of course, renter displacement, because we know that as a neighborhood changes, renters are quite often the most destabilized by changes. And then I'm going to organize the policy recommendations, as you can kind of see in the sheet, into 3 phases. I think that'll be most helpful for you in your thinking, right? Because there's what happens before development, which is what I think many people say is the most important portion, right? You want to have policies in place before development. You want to prevent harm and be proactive. Then there are policies that are in place or passed during development, and by then, essentially when the route is decided, people are starting to speculate around land already, right? So ideally, everything is pre-development. But then there are things you can do during development to start mitigating the harm and to leverage the growth that's going to happen in the area. And then post-development, which is, kind of almost too late, but you always want to be putting in effort at every stage. And so post-development policies are really about repairing the harm that's already been done. So that's kind of the 3 categories that we'll be covering. So pre-development, then I'll be if you look at this chart, I'll be going in order. So if policy 1, 2, 3, you'll just be able to follow along on your sheet. And you'll also be emailed this because all these blue texts are hyperlinks of cities that already have used these policies so that you can see how they're functioning. Unfortunately, we can't just click on them with our fingers. I feel like my younger cousins try to do that. They're like, is this how that thing works? I'm like, no. Hyperlinks are only on your phone. So we'll start off with land and ownership. These are all pre-development, right? So critical piece, as we've talked about, is who owns the land? How can we increase community or resident ownership of the land so that we can retain some permanent stability? So there's a few policies that help us advance racial equity in that sense and help us advance community stability with land and ownership. The first is having a land disposition policy, which the idea behind this is that cities, counties, states, they acquire land, whether if it's, it might be for right of way, for a transit project, it might be, it might have been a leftover of, eminent domain. There are so many pieces of publicly owned land. I think someone had asked a question about all of the vacant lots, right, in the neighborhood. So there's a lot of publicly owned land out there, and land is a valuable asset, right? We want to make sure that when there is land that is publicly owned, it is prioritized for projects that community members want to see, whether that is affordable home ownership, whether that's affordable commercial space. So making sure that there's a policy in place to say, hey, if there's a piece of publicly owned land that's about to be sold to the market, can we just pause for a second and think about prioritizing it for different public benefit use? So that's land disposition policy, and there are different ways that can be done, but that's the general overall theme. And then second one is a community land trust. So a few of you might be familiar with the City of Lakes Community Land Trust here in Minneapolis, or the Rondo Community Land Trust in St. Paul. The idea is that a land trust is an organization that owns the land beneath a building, right? And then the owners of the property just own whatever's on top of it. And when you separate the value and the cost of the land and the building, you end up making the building a little bit more affordable. And so the land trust keeps the land for a long time. Oftentimes it's like a 99-year ownership lease term. And then whoever buys this land, this property on top, gets to benefit from more affordability because you're able to separate the value. And that's a really important tool to maintain permanent long-term affordability across both homes and commercial spaces. And then third is cooperative. So, traditionally the ownership model for like an apartment building, for example, is there's a property owner and then they rent out to tenants who pay the rent. And the rent will cover not only operating fees, but also whatever profit margin the property owner wants to set, right? And when you have a cooperative, you'll have renters who are not renters, right? They're members of the cooperative who own a share of the building, and they get to make decisions around how is the building maintained? How are rents changing? And oftentimes cooperatives will just increase rent by the amount that's needed to take care of the building. And so you don't have that extra profit margin. That is the reason why so often rents are increased at such a high rate. And that can help keep a building more affordable, but it also means that the people who live in the building and are paying the mortgage anyways get to own the building and make decisions about it. Fourth is a policy that I think, well, many of these policies you'll have heard some panelists talk about. I think Nicole talked about tenant opportunity to purchase. It's essentially a policy that gives tenants, commercial or residential, the right to buy their own building when it's being put on the market. And it makes a lot of sense, right? If a renter's been around for, been living there for a while, and this is where they see as their home, and they've been paying the bills and paying the mortgage, then they deserve a chance to buy that building, right? It means that the folks who have been living there and putting the work into maintaining it and taking care of it are the ones that have a chance to compete in the market to actually buy the building. And it helps prevent the constant turnover when buildings are sold over and over again. Oftentimes people get evicted between owners. And so this is a way to make sure that there's some long-term stability for residents. Fifth is a land acquisition fund. So this is essentially acknowledging that land costs a lot of money. Nonprofit developers have to oftentimes wait for money on grant cycles, but the market doesn't work that way, right? If land is being put on the market, it's going to be sold like that. And nonprofit developers and other mission-focused developers can't get financing that quickly if they're depending on grant cycles. And so having a land acquisition fund is essentially saying, let's have this pot of money that's available to anyone who wants to buy land for public benefit, and make sure that they don't have to go through a 6-month-long grant cycle, because by the time that 6 months is over, the land is gone. So having that fund ensures that people who have development goals that are for public benefit actually can compete in a market that moves very quickly. And tenant protections are another huge part of ensuring renter stability during the pre-development phase. And I know you've probably heard this talked about a few times with the panel, but also probably amongst yourselves already thinking about what's happening across the Twin Cities. So these are 5 tenant protections that are, I think, across the country seen as kind of a standard for what's good housing policy, right? How do we look out for renters who have historically in our legal system not had equal power or protection? The first is right to counsel. Shout out to Minneapolis, who I think passed this recently and it's now in place. It's really important. It essentially means that any renter who is going through an eviction process, has to go to eviction court, is guaranteed legal protection. And that's especially important in, it's especially important in times where we know that mass evictions might be taking place. And that, tends to happen when neighborhoods are undergoing a lot of change. A landlord might want to flip a building, might want to just replace all the tenants, and a mass eviction is one way to do that. And so right to counsel means that everyone who has to go through the eviction process gets legal representation. It usually helps them keep their housing. The statistics I don't have off the top of my head, but show that when you have legal representation, you're much more likely to stay in your home. 7 is just cause eviction. Folks might have heard about this because Brooklyn Center recently passed it. So shout out to Brooklyn Center. Just cause means that if a landlord is evicting you, they have to name a valid reason, right? A just cause. Because currently in our housing system, as a renter, I could be evicted for no reason, right? Or for a reason that it just doesn't have to exist. I don't need, there's no reason that's needed to evict me. And that opens the door wide open to retaliatory evictions, discriminatory evictions, which we know are happening in some neighborhoods. And so ensuring that a valid reason, such as a violation of lease or non-payment of rent or something like that, there are generally lists of like a dozen reasons that are actually valid for eviction. And it just creates a safety net for renters. 8 is proactive code enforcement. So I'm sure some people have heard about this happening, but a lot of times when tenants report maintenance issues or ask for repairs, it is possible for them to receive a retaliatory eviction or retaliatory rent increase. And it scares a lot of renters, especially those who are whose immigration status is, up in the air, or who are immigrants or refugees to this country, or low-income folks, right? Vulnerable populations will often live in substandard conditions because they're afraid of getting evicted for demanding repairs. And so what proactive code enforcement does is it's essentially a shift in a safety and inspections department that says, hey, we are actually going to prioritize or increase the frequency of doing inspections in neighborhoods where we know people are afraid of demanding them. And that way the burden of asking for repairs isn't on the renters. It's more, okay, well, our inspectors are going in and they're saying that you have to improve the condition. It's not the tenant saying, hey, I demand habitability. So that's one way to help protect renters. 9 is tenant screening reform. A lot of cities across the United States have done this, including Minneapolis, but essentially it focuses on the idea that the way that we screen out and in tenants in this country is essentially using criteria that are proxies for race, right? Credit scores, criminal history lookbacks, eviction history lookbacks. Those are all things that have disparate impacts on people of color, but especially Black folks. And so changing tenant screening reform and changing the ways that we screen out tenants is one way to increase access to rental housing. And then forced rent stabilization, it's a pretty straightforward policy. It's used in over 180 cities in the United States, and it looks different in every city. St. Paul recently passed it, and what rent stabilization policies do are cap annual rent increases. And that is a way to provide some predictability and stability for renters. Just like homeowners get a fixed rate mortgage, renters should at least have some predictability in what their rent increases are, because we know that egregious and predatory rent increases are much more likely to impact low wealth renters and renters of color. So those are the tenant protections. Other strategies, and I don't say other because they're less important, I just say other because I couldn't fit them in under one of those other umbrellas, are pretty obvious ones, like for example, small business grants. We heard a lot of folks talk about the importance of that pre-construction, because we know that there are new costs and losses that will impact small businesses during construction. So things that small business grants have been used for are, making up lost earnings, facade improvements, getting signage for businesses so they can reroute customers, right? Oh, there's construction happening, we're still open. And then helping businesses find alternate parking options. Sometimes you might have to lease a lot around the block, and that's just a new additional cost that you can't cover. So small business grants are kind of an umbrella, but they can be used for a variety of things. Community benefits agreements are also a very neat legal tool. I know it's agreements, but it's really a legal contract, right? Which has a little bit more teeth. Community benefits agreements have been used around the country, sometimes for large stadium developments. What it is a legally enforceable contract between a developer and a community, and community can be defined different ways. Sometimes it's, like a neighborhood association. Sometimes it's a whole coalition of community organizations. But the agreement is, in exchange for the community to support this development, we expect the developer to deliver on a few things that we've named. And the things that they can name are across the board, right? It might be, we require this amount of affordable housing. We require this amount of affordable commercial square footage. We require this amount of green space. We require living wage requirements for the people who are working on the project. It can be any variety of things, but the agreement is the legal tool to do that through. And then lastly, value capture mechanisms. I think as Larry talked about, when new development enters a neighborhood, there's all of a sudden this increase in value. And it really benefits those who own land, right? Oftentimes it's private landowners in the area. And that is, we kind of take it for granted, right? It's just all of a sudden your potential for profit grows. It's like a gift for having just been lucky enough, or maybe smart enough to buy land before something was going to happen, right? But that increased value should also be recaptured, some of it, and reinvested into community. So how do we capture that new value in a building and put it back into community benefit? There's a few different ways that I'll talk about doing that, but I really wanted to name it in the pre-development phase, because you want to have those things in place beforehand so that as values grow, you can capture them during development. Okay, so now we're on to the section of policies that are important during development. I'm really glad that this issue of affordability and defining affordability came out during the panel. I was worried it might be out of left field, but it is really important. Clearly you're all already thinking about it. How we define and prioritize affordable is really important, because for many people, what they see as affordable in the market really isn't affordable to them, right? So how do we start making shifts in our system so that when people see a sign for affordable housing in their neighborhood, they can check it out and be like, oh, wow, I can actually truly afford that. It's not just some vague affordable that, exists for someone else who earns a lot more money than I do. So to begin with, changing how we define affordable is really important. Currently, our governments use area median income. I think someone might have explained this, but I'll just go over it again. Essentially, you're taking every single person who lives in the metro region, lining them up from lowest income to highest income, and then the person right in the middle is median income. And of course, if we're measuring it based on the entire region, that's going to be skewed because it includes a lot of wealthier suburbs. Whereas if we actually took a neighborhood area median income, or even city, I think like Nicole might have said, that area median income for a city or neighborhood is much lower than if you include everyone in the entire region. And so, for example, the 2022 AMI for this entire region is 118,000, which is, I live in Minneapolis. That it kind of blows my mind, right? Though if we look at a specific city's AMI, for example, Brooklyn Center in 2020, it was 64,000. So how do we make sure that when when governments are measuring affordability, they are actually using a number that reflects the needs of local residents. So shifting from a more local geography, whether it's city or neighborhood or census tract, is one way to actually reflect who is in the neighborhood. And then, of course, changing how we prioritize affordability is also a piece of that. We know from the Met Council that, bless you, the highest need for affordable housing is for folks who are earning 0 to 30% AMI. But most of our affordable housing production is being created for households who are earning 60 to 80. And, there are a lot of reasons for that. Of course, it's going to be less of a financial burden, right, for government partners to build housing that requires less long-term subsidy. But there are long-term racial equity impacts to that, right? Because the people who need the most deeply affordable housing, their gap of affordability continues to grow year after year as our gap of supply for them continues to grow. So I think this is a part of government partnerships, right? There's many partners are required to put together the funding packages for affordable housing, especially deep affordable housing. But we should start talking about how to shift funding priorities so that we are building more on that lower income range, because that's where the most need is. During development, there are also a few ways to protect residents, thinking of both homeowners and renters. Again, these are more like mitigating the harm because things are already changing. People are getting displaced. But one way to support homeowners is having anti-displacement property tax funds. Oftentimes, someone who's been there for 10, 20 years, all of a sudden their property value doubles and then their property taxes rapidly rise to an amount that they could not have anticipated and cannot afford. And we don't want that increased value that's benefiting everyone else in the neighborhood to all of a sudden force someone into foreclosure, especially if someone's been living there and keeping that neighborhood what it is, right? We don't want to punish people who have been sticking around. And one way to do that is through property tax funds. So creating grants that can support long-time, low wealth residents. There are many different ways to design a program to really target the people you want to benefit, right? So it's not just anyone that moves in who can apply it. You could set requirements like they have to have lived there for a certain amount of time. The geographic area is very specific. Maybe there's certain types of proof that you need, but it's one way to help prevent displacement of long-time homeowners. Mandatory relocation assistance is something that can be a tool for renters. It requires that landlords pay relocation fees if they create some conditions that involuntarily displace a renter. And oftentimes cities will use, they'll have a list of like triggering events. So it'll be something like, the landlord must pay mandatory relocation assistance if rent was increased more than 10% in a 12-month period, which is essentially economic eviction, right? Or if the tenant was evicted with no cause, that's of course assuming you don't have a just cause policy, or the lease has been changed so drastically and there's been a rescreening that has forced you out, because that's a common tool as well for displacement. And relocation fees tend to be significant because we know that the amount of money people have to pay to find new housing, to put down a security deposit, to pay first last month's rent, that's a lot of money. And so this mandatory relocation assistance is partially a financial tool, but also a tool to disincentivize that type of displacement. And then we'll go into, this is kind of what I talked about with value capture, right? How do we capture the new value in a neighborhood and reinvest that into the neighborhood? So the first is inclusionary zoning or inclusionary housing. Different cities call it different things. I think Nicole again brought this up. And Minneapolis has a policy in place. Many cities use it. It is a requirement that a certain number of units in any new development is affordable to lower income residents. And of course, there's like a lot of variations in this, right? It's what's the percentage of units that have to be affordable? What's the level of affordability? What buildings does it apply to? Is it, only to large buildings that are 20 plus units? Is it also for anything larger than a fourplex? Those are factors that policymakers have to decide on. But this is one tool to recognize that, yes, there is a lot of new value that is allowing a developer to build this new building. How do we make sure that some of that value is then returned to ensure that people who are earning less money in the neighborhood can actually have access to it. 19 is tax increment financing districts, very technical term, but essentially it is a way that it's a way for us to capture value, right? If we know that pre-development, a property received, collected this much in property taxes, and after development is finished, the property will create this much in property taxes, then we take this gap or the increment, right, in property taxes, and we use it to invest in community assets in that project. So it's a very specific, they call it a TIF district because it's a very specific geographic area, right? And you're not just looking at the whole neighborhood, you're saying in this little section, what's the value before? What's the value after? How do we capture some of that middle and put it back in the project? And, you know, TIF districts can be used to fund a lot of different things. Sometimes it's like public works related, right? Oh, we want, you know, better streets here, better sidewalks. Sometimes it is for affordable housing. Sometimes it's for affordable commercial development. Sometimes it's for green space or a park or something like that. But there's a lot of different ways to use it. But TIF districts are very commonly used in Minnesota to capture value. 20 is the construction excise tax. This is something that's used a lot in cities in Oregon and in cities across the country, but Oregon is coming up for me because I think over a dozen cities use it. It's essentially levying a small tax on the value of new development. And it's usually a very small tax. It's, you know, below 2%, I think generally even below 1%. And it's one way to start capturing some value. Obviously, not every financial source is going to be enough to, you know, all of a sudden supplement like a city's budget. So it's not meant to do that. It's meant to collect small pieces here and there. But for example, Minneapolis has years where development permit levels are valued at like $1 billion, right? I see that in headlines all the time. It's like $1 billion worth of development permits in Minneapolis. And that's great. That's great economic growth. If you levied a 1% tax on that $1 billion, you'd get $10 million. Right. And so even though it's a tiny percentage, there's so much economic activity in our region that capturing even the slightest bit of that can produce and generate some really great revenue for projects that community members want to see. And then the last thing for production and value capture is land use restrictive agreements. So sometimes they're called LURAs. They're essentially a deed restriction that says on this piece of land, anyone who owns it must use it for these reasons, or, you know, anyone who uses it for housing must include X% affordability. Anyone who uses it for commercial space must require X number of square feet of affordable commercial development. And because it's a deed restriction, it sticks with the land. And so even if the owner changes, that requirement sticks with the piece of land. And then we're almost to the end, everyone. Thanks for your patience with this. There's also NOAA preservation funds. So of course, during development, there are assets that we want to make sure stay in community, whether that means staying in community ownership or just staying affordable. And NOAA preservation funds are a way to do that. As you all probably know, naturally occurring affordable housing, or NOAA, is a really important source of affordable housing in our state that doesn't require federal subsidy, right? That's hence the naturally occurring piece. But as NOAA ages and as neighborhoods change, there is a pretty high risk of those buildings being torn down or sold or flipped. If folks remember Crossroads at Penn, that was a NOAA building that many people got displaced from because it was getting flipped. But there are ways for us to save it, right? The market moves quickly, similar to what we talked about with land acquisition funds. Market moves quickly. If you want a preservation buyer to come in and compete with other buyers, and to come and buy a NOAA property and keep it affordable, then they need funds that can be deployed immediately, right? They can't apply for grants and wait 6 months. The building's already sold, the people are already evicted. So having NOAA preservation funds are a way to just have a pot of money ready to deploy whenever a developer wants to buy a NOAA property. And Greater Minnesota Housing Fund is a great example of that. And then of course, regulating the growth of investor-owned homes. So this is something that I know folks in North Minneapolis and any historically disinvested neighborhood in the Twin Cities is seeing. Corporate private equity firms, corporate landlords have been entering our housing market ever since the foreclosure crisis, right? Ever since the foreclosure crisis, they came in and said, oh, cheap homes, let's buy them up and let's rent them as single family rentals. Corporate landlords are also like statistically the worst landlords, right? They are more likely to evict tenants. They're not here. The landlord's not here to check up on the house. They don't know what's going on. Maintenance is more likely to be poor in corporate landlord owned rentals. And they're more likely to use rent increases as like a profit tool, an eviction and profit tool. So it's in our best interest to, one, prevent their growth. But two, the other side of that is when we prevent their growth, we ensure that homes in our cities are owned by the people who live in our cities, right? And growing home ownership is a really important goal as well. This is a newer area of policy. So there haven't been cities that have passed something concretely, but it's something that everyone's considering because it's such an emerging issue. There have been some federal proposals and I think something at the state legislature in the last cycle, but it didn't get passed. But ways to regulate this growth are to, one, basically limit the amount of property that or homes that a corporate landlord can own or an LLC can own. And then two is to create levy an out-of-state investment tax so that if you are trying to buy and you're not living here, you're not from here, and you're not currently living in Minnesota or using the property as a primary residence, that there's an extra tax levy to just disincentivize that type of behavior. And then the last section of policy is going to be the shortest because, like I said, by the time you reach post-development, it's a little bit late, right? You kind of lost the trust, and there's only so much you can do to repair the harm. The most time that you want to spend on is preventing it in the first place. So with repairing harm, there are these 4 policies that we can focus on. The first is right to return or community preference. These are programs that give priority placement in new publicly owned housing developments. They give priority placement in those developments to residents who were displaced or at risk of displacement. And Minneapolis actually has a preference policy. It essentially, it requires people to apply through the preference policy application to prove that they either lived there or are at risk of displacement, or even in some cities, one thing that you can claim is that you are a descendant of someone who was displaced. We know that's common because oftentimes communities of color face waves and waves of displacement over time. So it's up to you to decide how far back you're looking at for a right to return policy. But this is one way to say, look, we know you've been displaced. There's a new development. We want to set aside space specifically for you to return to your neighborhood. 25 is affordable housing trust funds. So we know that cities invest in housing, right? But we also know that those investments are kind of fluctuating year to year. I remember who is it? Someone at this table said, when the economy sucks and land is cheap, we don't have the money. When the economy is great and land values are high, we also don't have the money. So an affordable housing trust fund is a very specific commitment from cities to dedicate a consistent and same amount of money in housing permanently, in perpetuity, right? Because right now, as advocates, you're going to City Hall every year and you're saying, hey, can you invest this much in housing, rental protections, and this much in home ownership, and this much in this and that. And it's exhausting, right? Every year it's a budget cycle. And then as city staff, you also can't project that far in advance what you can invest in your programs, because it really is up to that budget cycle. So affordable housing trust funds are a way that cities can say, this is what you can expect from us. In DC, I think it's $100 million a year. But you know how much there is to spend. You can anticipate it. You don't have to waste your time fighting at City Hall every year for the budget. And then 26 is low interest rehab loans. So we know that by definition, historically disinvested neighborhoods have less access to capital, and that includes home repair loans. And so there are people who have been living there forever, can't get home repair loans. All of a sudden, all this new money comes in, and they're probably still not getting approved for loans. And so this is a way to make sure that people who live in the neighborhood and have lived there have access to low interest or even forgivable loans for rehabs. Some cities will say, you know, you have to have lived here for X number of years. Some cities will say, if you live in this home for like another 15 years after you receive the loan, it's forgiven because you're not using it to flip a building, right? You're using it to improve your home, you're living there. So that's a really critical piece of making sure that people can stay in their homes. And then lastly, limiting condo conversions. It really depends on the housing market for this because, you know, it's much easier to convert like a 4 or 6-plex to a condo than it is a 100-unit apartment building. But condo conversions have been used in other cities to evict tenants. Essentially what a landlord does is say, you know what, I'm turning my building into condos, everyone's out. A tool for mass displacement, right? And so by regulating the process of condo conversions, we can provide additional protections to renters and give them extra rights. So those things can be like, you know, if a property owner is going to convert a condo, they need to give 1 year's notice or, you know, adequate notice, right? People have to relocate their lives, or they have to pay a mandatory relocation fee to the tenants, or, you know, a certain number of the tenants have to agree or allow for that condo conversion to happen. So those are just some ways. You know, you might not prevent a condo conversion, but you can at least make sure that the people who are currently living in the building have some type of protection or stability moving forward.
In that case, if TOPA were a thing, that would enable the tenant to have first right to purchase that condo, or is that not how
It depends on how the policy is crafted. I would have to look at other cities, but I mean, you can definitely, I don't know if any city with TOPA currently uses it like that, but I know that it's possible. Like you can design a TOPA policy that says if a building is converted to condos, renters have the first right to access it. Yeah, but devil's in the details as always. Yeah.
I never thought about it this way until going through this, but would you consider a park dedication ordinance like a value capture mechanism under one of these criteria, like is the park dedication ordinance or park dedication fees? Would that be a technique here? I've never.
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely can be. I think whether it should be is really dependent on the community's desires, right? Like if they've named more green space as a priority for development, then by all means, yes, right? I think it depends on the city. I'm sure there are cities out there that use a portion of their, you know, construction excise tax for green space or park space.
Well, many cities have park dedication ordinances, which is why I expected more excise tax. Which is why I asked, because it might be something that's ordinances are implemented in an equitable way. You might have a pretty well established kind of sitting right there. I mean, Minneapolis has one. So, and most of the way that's utilized is not through dedication of land, mostly through collection of fees on developments, which are then put into improving and expanding the park system.
Yeah, in that sense, it's totally a value capture tool, right? Whether or not we're framing it as one openly, I think it certainly is, because parks are an asset to all community members in a neighborhood. I can also add a note for our team to look more into how it's framed and how it's used in other cities as well, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, there are some pretty strict legal requirements around park dedication ordinances generally. So I manage the park dedication ordinance from the park board side, and I see some challenges in terms of equity around it, but there's also very strict legal precedent, like all the way up to the federal case law around park dedication, and they get struck down from time to time. So there's maybe more limited wiggle room than we'd like.
Yeah.
But it would be interesting to explore. I get asked all the time, frankly, by neighborhoods, like how do we do this more actively?
Yeah.
Because there's always a geographic nexus, and there's always you can only do new things. You can't do rehabilitation of parks. So I guess maybe where are the seams between policy and the law that can make those even more equitable? Because they exist everywhere. I don't know how many of our suburban partners have park dedication right now. It's pretty common.
Okay. Great, thank you. Yeah, I will make a note for our team of lawyers to look into it. Yeah, yeah. It's a nice thing about working with a bunch of lawyers is that you can just send them off on case studies. Yeah. Yeah.
How might someone go about forming, I'm going back to number 5.
Yeah, yeah.
land acquisition investment fund?
Yeah, sometimes they are run by CDFIs, community development financial institutions, or finance institutions. And oftentimes those, they're kind of the middleman, right? They hold the money, they hold the relationships. So they will find money from, sometimes it's like socially conscious investors. Sometimes it is foundations. A lot of times it's foundations, and sometimes government money can be thrown in there too, depending on the funds. But like maybe home or CDBG dollars could even be put in there. I know there are very specific legal restrictions, so that doesn't always work, but it's a mix of funds. And then the CDFI, or the entity that is kind of the middleman, then also holds relationships with the nonprofit affordable housing developers, or the folks that are wanting to acquire and develop land. And so generally they're held by CDFIs just because they have the legal and financial expertise to do that.
So I want to walk out a scenario.
Yeah.
Here. That has to do with that. Number 5, it has to do with number 1. From land disposition policy. Let's say that this paper represents a parcel of land. Okay, so as a public entity, I work in the county or Hennepin County and Met Council, the public entity building the light rail line, we may find a determination that says we need a couple of feet of that property. If it's a vacant lot, that's very simple. Negotiation with the property owner and the rest of the properties for property owners, and that's that. Parcel is also a building completely. It's not easy to buy 2 feet of a building like it is to buy a parcel, and so this may end up becoming an acquisition of the entire parcel by an entity buying it, in which case it might be the government, county, Met Council, whatever it may be. Depending on the funding used, in the end result, the parcel gets purchased, the building may get demoed. The government needs a couple feet of property, but the government owns all of this. Okay, depending on the funding that was used to acquire that parcel, disposition may not be easy. Bond funds used, that's almost impossible. There's federal dollars used, other county federal sources, they want disposed of, they want some of the funding back. So one of the things we're trying to do, we're trying to at least research on the Blue Line Extension project is, can we get creative about the kind of funding that's used to purchase that, so that disposition is much easier, and this remainder parcel can get back in to the hands of community organization, developer, someone like that, rather than just being sold to the highest bidder, right?
Right.
That's one of the things as we talked about today, we're trying to avoid, right?
Yeah.
Development going. So that's one of the things that I'd never heard of before, a land acquisition investment fund. But if the land acquisition investment fund was able to purchase this property, then sell back to the government the portion, just the portion needed, the remainder is then in that entity's hands. It doesn't have to go through that disposition.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a really creative way of kind of overlapping these policies, because then you don't have to worry about, like you said, returning certain funds if the government ends up purchasing it. I think that's one of those deals that would require months and months of, contract negotiations, right? To figure it out. But I think that it's a smart way to, theoretically get around some of the barriers of disposition. So if you have a disposition policy in place and you know that there are certain priorities in the disposition process, then you can, work with whoever's holding the fund to make sure that it is like agreeable to all parties that that much of the fund is being used to acquire such a big parcel of land, as long as you know that the piece the government's buying is actually going to be purchased and not like given, right? Yeah. And it's a really smart way of stacking policies. I think a lot of times these policies will be stacked. For example, cooperatives on a land trust is another way to stack permanent affordability tools. I saw a question, and then I think we'll have to transition afterwards. But yeah, question.
Yeah, so just like Dan was saying, but I was just kind of thinking, if McKnight is putting $1 billion into the vibrancy of communities, I'm just wondering, wouldn't it make sense to then kind of couple those two things together and have the land trust so that this position doesn't happen? And then that money is just kept in a pot for any like community developer that wants to do affordable housing. That way there's no, they're not being reactive to what other developers are wanting to bid on that and buying up that property right away. But I mean, McKnight is putting a lot of money into it. There are other organizations. I think the Bush Foundation is also thinking about something of that nature. We're gonna put money into the vibrancy of communities. So it makes sense to me to kind of bring those partners together in terms of government and all of these different places to bring them together so that you can have that funding just kind of sitting there so people can access it.
Yeah.
Because it's one thing for you to say, oh, there's this parcel of land that is available and somebody wants to buy it who is from out of town and no money is there. But if you already have that money sitting there, then there's no reason to spend time writing a grant application that takes 6 months that you may or may not get.
Yeah.
But the money is there and those criteria are there for specificity to be able to get those things.
Yeah, I think that's, I mean, kind of, I was thinking of Ricardo's question about like how much money would it take, right, to buy up the corridor, right? Like that's like a dream, right? But I think that's a very related question, right? If we know that there is a desire for community ownership, and we know that there is a desire from partners, whether, you know, foundation or otherwise, to put money into it, then how can we make sure that that conversation is being had about how we spend the money when it's made available? And of course, like foundations to a certain extent are also like private sources of funding, right? So how do we make sure there's transparency in prioritizing how money is spent so that the needs of this group and the needs of community are a part of that process? Because at the end of the day, whatever amount of money McKnight or others want to put into it, that's a significant chunk, right? And you want to make sure that there is transparency between community partners. Like you said, if it's for land acquisition, like set aside a specific amount of money for that so that it doesn't get lost in communication. And all of a sudden you have, you know, 10 years later, all this money is spent and you're like, where is it? So I'd say, yes, I think this group is thinking in the right direction. And really it just takes like the communication to go through the details and transparency along the process to make sure that everyone is, money's going where they want it to go, where you want it to go.
I think one other quick piece on that is that my understanding of the McKnight funds is that that's not grant money, it's debt. So it's also a matter of like what percentage of debt can even a land trust or a cooperative or whatever really bear and hold. And then on top of that, there's the technical assistance. You know, it's a lot, right? And so I would say foundations need to be pushed to just give grant dollars.
I think there's models of this in some parkland acquisition stuff through Trust for Public Land, and we're working with them on rail corridor acquisition in the area. And that won't all go parkland. There's going to be several purposes, so they're sort of negotiating, and they will acquire and then distribute land before it becomes parks, because it's hard to dispose of parks. But if there were a community benefit piece connected to that, you could distribute through a land trust for dams to keep a corridor and then a community beneficial rest of it. So I mean, there might be some models with some of those park or environmental land trust.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah.
So I know there's a ton of questions on this, and what I kind of said is like we're almost getting to the end of this meeting where we could end this process. But the point that I think in the questions that you're asking is that there's a lot of depth for us to get into these particular questions around these particular policies. What I'm hoping we do today is sort of like identify those ones that we want to pour a lot more effort into understanding, the legal framework that those policies might need to exist in, the resource necessity to do any of these different things and all that sort of nature. We can model some of the effectiveness through some of our research and sort of the way that we're mapping demographics and data in this quarter to say, like, is this getting to the effect of what we want to do? So Tram brought us, I think, like in a normal process, like a year into the process. We did the research and we got like, okay, these are the policies. And so we're just going to skip ahead to that, right? So we can go into like, okay, where do we want to spend all of our time? I do want to get you all in small groups. I'm committed to getting out of here at 4 o'clock. So can we just, happy birthday.
Thanks, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's important because look, we know that this was a lot. The intention wasn't for you to like deeply understand each of these things, but to sort of check off in your head, yes, this sounds interesting, this sounds interesting, and for us to sort of head down that. Before, first, everybody stand up and stretch if you're stretching your thing, you know, I know this is a long day. While that's happening, Bellwether Consulting is going to come up. They're going to go 5 minutes on their piece on internal working groups. Yeah, just give me a little stretch.
Yeah. So good. No.
And but don't go too far. Don't go too far. Sorry, folks online. We're just switching to. I feel like I have like a podcast or something. All right, chat. We're gonna. What is it? Why isn't it letting me go over here? You see that?
Yeah. Where was that? Would it be under?
I know it's in here. It's one of these. But I can't scroll over here. Let's see. I think it's that PDF.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
But for some reason the computer won't let me.
Do you have a mouse?
Yeah, but it literally is stopping me.
What happened to that mouse? Yeah, so weird.
I don't want to close the presentation because.
Well, okay, we just won't show it. That's okay. We have a couple printed out, but.
What on earth? I don't even know how to get back to the. I can't even go over there to click on it. I have no idea how to fix this.
How about go to download? Can you slide this window over that way so it's in the clickable area of the screen? Yeah. Try to like minimize it and then just like. There you go. That's innovative thinking right there. That's it. Put it in the clickable area. Now we just need to get it up. Make it a little bigger. And then we need Malik to tell people. Yes.
I can't go over there. Wait, can I just?
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah. And then if we want to scroll down, can we just?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Good job.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah. Are you getting him to do it?
Bellwether, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right. All right, so we got Bellwether starting now, and we're in the home stretch. We're getting there. I know y'all are ready to do the parking lot conversations here.
Yeah.
So Bellwether.
Thank you, Malik.
first of all, thank you for including me in the happy birthday song on my birthday eve. I'm Allison Bell. I'm happy to be spending my birthday eve here. You want to introduce yourself?
Anti consultant at Bellwether.
So we are with Bellwether Consulting. I founded Bellwether 4 years ago after being in the public sector most of my career. We are part of the team with CURA and Housing Justice Center. So we're really happy to be part of this. Ayantu and I, just so you know where we're coming from, we worked together for many years in transportation equity and transit. So we know what it's like to be working within a public agency and trying to lead change from within and connect with the community. So that's kind of our role on this project, is to do that connection between this group and the public sector and try to make sure that we're successful in getting these recommendations through those processes, those very lengthy, difficult processes that we know. So we just wanted to introduce ourselves and tell you a little bit about the work we're doing, and then also kind of point out who we're working with at each of the public sector agencies. And then we'll just show you a little, just a highlight of what we're doing. We're not going to go through it, but we want you to know about it, so you know it's a resource that you can go to. So first of all, we have these internal work groups at each of the cities, the county, and the Met Council, and each of those groups has a lead. And so I'm just going to call out the leads for those so they can raise their hands and everybody can know those are the people to talk to at the various governments. So I'll start with Kathy Gold and Kareem Murphy at Hennepin County. There they are. Sam O'Connell and Sophia Guinness at Met Council. Kim Berggren at Brooklyn Park. Joey Dobson and Jim Vole at Minneapolis. Adam Arvinson at Park Board. John Sutter at Crystal. And then Tim Sandvik at Robbinsdale. So these are the leads, but each of them has a whole team at their own agency that they're trying to bring along on this project. And they are responsible to be connecting this work with the work throughout their organizations. So know those people and connect with them. So Ayantu is going to share a little bit more about those groups and how they work.
Yes, thank you, Allison. So as Allison mentioned, all of the respective representatives from their various entities, they'll be convening internal working groups. And those internal working groups will be comprised of staff, policymakers, commission members that are knowledgeable and engaged in the work that's happening within the working group. Also, the working group will have kind of the same group of folks. We want to make sure that we don't have a lot of turnover. So there's some continuity there. So we're asking everybody on the IWGs to commit throughout the duration of the project. They'll be meeting regularly, ad hoc as needed to provide any kind of input throughout along the way. In addition to that, and probably the most important role of the IWG is to provide feedback as we get closer to the recommendation process to make sure that they have all the information that they need so we are able to make a recommendation to the project. So that is the role of the IWG. So what has the IWG been working on? Well, over the last several weeks, Alice and I have been working with the leads. I'm sure you're sick of our emails to pull together the information for this really, really wordy title. It's the Blue Line Extension Anti-Displacement Project Public Sector Inventory. And what that is it's basically a resource that folks can use. It'll be available to everyone. This is the very first iteration, but essentially it's a comprehensive list of all the policies, programs, and projects that are either planned and existing that support anti-displacement. So it'll be a really great resource. It'll be a living document, so we definitely expect it to evolve over time to meet the needs of those who are going to be using it. So yeah, that's kind of the long and short of that.
So Tram did an amazing job of outlining all the possibilities and a lot of those policies that are out there. What this will do is just tell us what we have in place right now. So she mentioned a few of those, some examples of policies, programs that we have. This just documents that, not to say like this is enough, because we know it's not, right? But it's to say, this is a starting point. We have these policies and programs in place. So I'm just going to show you what it is. This is going to be online. First of all, it's who's who for each city and county. So there's going to be the list here. And then we go into kind of those guiding policies. So it goes by jurisdiction and shows what policies are in place that are supporting anti-displacement. And then the last part is more of the programs and the projects. So we go into that. So we have this in a few formats. We got it in this. We have an Excel document. I have some printouts that I can share just for your information so we can all be on the same page of what's out there. So yeah, I think that's about it. Are there any questions about this resource or the internal working groups?
Can I just also correct that we do also feel like this is a working document for us too. So as issues and concerns come up and there are things that we can put our fingers on and connect, that will also be updating this as well.
Yeah. And we can add to this, like we can keep adding on to it. So if you have questions, like one thing Brooklyn Park did that I thought was really cool is like the things that are really directly affecting anti-displacement and then the other kind of supporting indirect things. So we can start to break this down and we can start to look at outcomes, like what is actually happening because of these policies, what's being effective or not. So yeah, bring your questions and we can try to dig down deeper into it. It will be shared. Should we put it on the project website or do you want to email it out?
So you kind of just finished this just before, so I'll send it out after this meeting. The intention, of course, yeah, isn't to say like, hey, so don't talk about any of these things, right? That's certainly not the intention at all. So I don't want to frame it as way such, but it's just so as we get deeper into the conversation, you might just recognize things that governments are already doing, and maybe some of our conversation is like, well, this is why it isn't working in the way that we need it to, or it's, yeah, they're not doing anything about this, so we need to distinctly focus on getting this policy program, whatever, in place, right? So it's just we have a better dialogue with governments, and again, to not pretend that we're starting at zero for any of us. The governments are never at all. So I think we're gonna have months to digest this, really. And we'll bring it up in more particular ways and more nuanced ways as we go forward. But we just wanted to start with getting y'all the list. We'll do right after this meeting, and then we'll be talking about it before some time.
All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so what we want to do, and we're running a little bit behind schedule, but I want to get us into the small groups. So you can see on the agenda, that's sort of the last big thing for us to do. We have Dr. Lewis, who just got in the house, looking fabulous, wonderful. She's going to share a little bit of an update. I just want to give us a little bit of time in the small groups, and we'll come back to that. But I think what we should do is split into 4 groups. So I think like these 2 tables should combined. Those 2 tables combined, and then the folks at the back tables will be there, and we'll sort of sprinkle from there. So there's 4 questions on your agenda that we really want to focus on. So, and it's really bringing, if y'all been taking notes in the workbook, that sort of centers around those things that we talked about in the workbook. And this is sort of the part where we're really synthesizing what has stuck out from this group. So in there, what are these problems that we know need to be addressed? We want to make sure we just get to that place, right? What are the policies that we heard today that just like are like, we need to focus more on that sort of thing. Third question is, hey, what's missing from this document and we need to come in. So Adam, you brought up a great example of something that was not in these 30 policies that we initially brought forward. So we need to make sure we mark that and bring those on forward. Or I've been talking to KB, I've been talking to all of you saying, hey, we need to think about this. That's our time to document that. And then the fourth question is, what do we want to know from governments about these things, right? And so this is where we're really setting up y'all to be in dialogue with these internal work groups in a sense of like, hey, I've got these particular questions for you, whether that's about things that are in here or not in here, just in general that community needs to know in order for us to move forward as well too. All that's going to be sort of synthesized, and we'll make sort of a distinct research plan about all these things. We'll sort of create a plan within the internal working groups about how this will sort of be structured into that, so that when we come back to the second and third meeting, we can have some feedback and dialogue about those things as well too. So this is sort of the beginning of the funnel. Like, I think the first question was like, how wide is this world of what we can talk about? And it's like endless, but we should probably focus on some particular things. And I think we probably know enough to start being able to focus on particular things. So that's what this small group is focused on. We've got some small group facilitators. Facilitators, can you raise your hands real quick? Okay. So we're going to split them into the 4 groups. What I'm going to do, I've got some sticky pads for them to be able to write on and capture these notes, as well as it sort of points out when there should be sticky notes. So I'll get those spread out. For right now, we're going to break into those small groups. So these 2 tables combined, those 2 tables combined, and then we got the standing groups right there. Does that sound good? Yeah, y'all are in. You're just going to. Yeah, you're just going to turn around. Yeah, that's exactly right. Right. All right, let's do it.
I think I'm going to bounce off for the balance of the meeting, but if you could let me know what you're thinking in terms of scheduling for the next meeting.
Yeah. So we should be doing that. That was going to be the last activity we did. If you have to go, I'll just make sure it's emailed out what I'm presenting here, and then yeah, you can chime in on that, and we'll get all those all scheduled in the next week for sure.
Okay, yeah. Just to let you, well, do you know roughly when you're aiming in terms of timeline for the next meeting?
Yep. So it'd be the next big Saturday meeting would be in August. So the 3rd one will be in November, and the 4th one will be in February of 2023.
Awesome. Excellent. Sounds good.
Is that
okay,
Margaret?
Well,
It's Margaret.
yes, it is.
Oh, okay. I can't see you. Awesome. Cool.
Yeah.
No
it's
worries.
Interesting. But I'm excited. Let me know what comes out of. I want to know where I'm getting.
That sounds good.
Research some wild ideas. So.
All right. Rock on.
Okay. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye. Folks are online. I for some reason I can't scroll all the way left, so I'm trying to bring y'all up so you can talk into a group yourself too. Just give me 1 minute. I'm trying to figure that out. See, it's Jackson and Tom, are y'all there?
I'm still here.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. Hopefully this has been, y'all can hear most of the stuff that's in here. I'm having a little bit of a technical difficulty. Yeah, maybe we should just, yeah. Okay. So we're going to try to set y'all into a small group. They'll be able to hear you in this room pretty well. Can you hear me when I'm talking into the mic pretty well?
Yeah. Yes.
Yep. Okay. So well, I don't see another way for them to be able to.
So Terrence, did you get my text? I did write in the chat room.
Yep, you did. I got you. You're saying the email. You're saying why you couldn't make it?
No, I'm saying I'll be leaving soon.
Oh, okay. No, that's okay. No, maybe what's. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe for Jackson and Tom, maybe I think it's okay for y'all to go because I think it's gonna be pretty hard for y'all to participate this way. We have sort of an online way to send this to you, and of course you can watch it back. But this is just a part where y'all are identifying what your needs are and that kind of thing. And then which y'all can just do by online if that's helpful. Does that work for you, Tom?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, thanks. Sorry I couldn't see you in person, but I'll make sure I follow up with you after this as well.
Sounds good. No worries.
Okay, thanks.
Appreciate it. Yeah, see ya.
Okay. So then I guess just folks on YouTube can probably just see, we're just having a little bit of a technical difficulty, but this would be a hard part for all of you to see anyways. And so maybe what we'll do is just, y'all can come back in like 20 minutes and that's when we'll be out of this activity. You can hear what's next there. So, and we'll report back what's on the small groups, of course. Thanks for being here. I can't put it on a loading screen, but it's so weird. It won't let me scroll left of this box. I hope I can. Oh, you'll be able to shut down the YouTube on your computer because you're a host. It's not like I'm just looking at how many views we have for this. It's not like it's been a ton. It's like I'm talking to 100 people. Hey chat, hey chat. It's like just 4 people here, it looks like right now. Sorry to the 4 of you. Yeah, we'll be back in about 20 minutes. So come back in about 20 minutes and we'll have our next update from there. So I'll be able to For folks online. For folks online, we should be coming back to a group where we'll sort of go to the next stage in about less than 5 minutes. Sorry about that. We're just having some technical difficulties over here, or else I'd show y'all a little bit more, but yeah, we'll get a report out about it as well too. For the live stream, we're just going to show you some of the work of the small groups. So Christian's going to walk over there. Some problems that need to be addressed. Some good ideas there. Awesome. Solve for ownership. And awesome. Just want y'all get a little bit of a look. We were hoping to show y'all more. Sorry for the technical difficulty. Perfect. Yeah. We're almost there. Yep.
Bring it back together. See Terrence.
Yeah. All right. All right. Home stretch. She's got it pulled up. She'll work the controls, but then if you speak right here, this will pick up, so it'll go into the YouTube broadcast of it. All right, all right.
All right,
be able to
project to that.
All right, yeah, we can line them right here. We'll show the live stream in just a little bit. Some of y'all's work. So I was thinking if folks want to get out of here at 4, we're just gonna, yeah.
Okay.
But, no, go. Do you think?
So it looks like we're not doing report backs.
Yeah.
We are going to take this data and we appreciate, give yourself a round of applause for being in this group. Going through a long meeting. This is good. I mean, it's not that long, but you know what I mean. So I'm going to pass it to C. Terrence, and so glad to see you, Dr. Brittany Lewis. So good. Oh,
yeah.
You guys are in for a treat.
So yeah, I don't know how it's possible to have an 8-hour meeting and sort of still overplan it, that you have not enough time to everything. But you know, this what we did at the end of it is what the rest of our time together is about, like digging into these things together. Yeah, people on the live stream don't know what I'm talking about. But I can see beautiful work that you already did. I'm going to send these questions out so that y'all can also still have another chance to still chime in and put stuff in here. Get time to think and digest what we've talked about for 8 hours. And of course, for the folks who are online and watch this later, they'll get a chance to do it too, including the public. Joan, did you have a question?
I just wanted to say we did not have time for the democracy part of the policies. I'm wondering if that also could be part of what you send out.
It will, yeah.
For people to vote on.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, exactly. We have this whole today has been about my favorite people coming. This is one of my favorite people, mentors, Dr. Brittany Lewis from CURA. Y'all probably saw her in community and doing lots of things, but she was at the first 2 meetings talking about the qualitative plan. So she's here to give a report back about that. And then we'll do that. Then we'll close and we'll be out of here right around 4.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. I will not keep you long. I'm going to do kind of less talking at you, and I would love to have some conversational exchange with you. So in the last 2 meetings that we were present in, we co-developed the kind of community assessment needs outreach work that my team will lead. We co-designed the questions, the intention, the strategy. We also identified what vulnerable populations we were most interested in hearing from. I wanted to give you an update on what we have found so far as we've tried to build partnerships. And then I want to ask you all, as we have encountered some roadblocks, how you imagine us addressing those things and or partnering or supporting us in addressing those things. And some of what I'm going to share probably isn't going to be shocking to you. Okay. So of the vulnerable populations that we identified and agreed with you all, there were vulnerable homeowners along the corridor where we lose foreclosure data and those that are back taxes, vulnerable renters, these are folks that have been evicted but are still in place along the corridor, youth along the corridor, small business owners of color, people who are homeless along the corridor, and large property owners. Those were the spaces in which we all expressed need and desire to get the inquiry from. So we focused in 3 areas in our outreach, because some of our initial data already gives us direct addresses for outreach, so I don't need to talk to you all about that. But different populations decide a different strategy for outreach. So the first population are youth organizations. I'm happy to say that we are partnering with the Youth Juxta Arts Program, particularly the Youth Active Participatory Research Team, which perhaps was mentioned earlier. Myself and my team will support the youth in developing their outreach strategy. They will go out and work with youth and youth-based organizations. We will give them the information we've already collected. So we reached out to 16 folks, youth organizations along the corridor to develop partnerships. We had about a 56% response rate. Everyone was pretty positive. I'm really excited about what we're going to learn from youth, and we're excited to support Juxta and their youth action research team in doing that. Homelessness support community. We contacted 22 organizations whose work is to work directly with homeless, whether it's services, supports, etc. Let's see, we had about a 36% response rate. It sounds like folks are interested in engaging, but apprehensively so. Meaning they don't say no, but they say the populations we're working with, as I'm sure you can imagine, are probably less interested in having a in-depth dialogue about this because of the context in which we are kind of interacting with them. That is a reality. And I would love for us to talk about what that means and how we do that in a very intentional way. The other population is a small business of color. So we've contacted 13 folks, usually connected to whether they're associations of color or otherwise. The response rate has been really low, and this group has been outwardly direct in their mistrust of Hennepin County and the University of Minnesota, generally speaking. Okay. 2 concrete examples, the Liberian Business Association and NEON. And this sounded like multiple things. A, because they feel like they've already given this information, or they're already some way part and parcel to the work, and perhaps maybe are confused by the partnership or the intention. Am I surprised? Maybe not so much. I want to bring this to you all because these are challenges on the ground that we all should expect. I also am very clear with my team because of the time that we have to collect data. After 3 or 4 attempts to get folks to understand the goals or intention, we will move on. That will certainly impact or shape, who we speak to. This is voluntary. It's not required or any of that. So our intention with partnerships is to work with organizations that are already in the ground supporting these folks, and perhaps partner with them on a specific program or street outreach, et cetera. And if our work is welcome, we will do it. But I'm pretty sure you are aware of all the reasons why many folks might not want to engage with us. I'm not sure if you all have any initial thoughts based on what I just shared, but I want to pause for a moment.
Well, we're certainly, the county's contracted with both those organizations that you named to do community engagement for the Blue Line project. So I would be happy to give them a nudge to talk to, I have cell phones for both those people. And Jackson George was online. Terry Austin was sitting here, but he had to leave early. So I would be happy to nudge them and say, and encourage them to respond.
What is the issue with Neon again?
Go ahead, Leslie.
I met with Neon, and I think there was just some confusion on the University of Minnesota's role and Hennepin County. I think it was kind of like reflected to me that it looks like the U of M and Hennepin County are not in partnership, and that we might be in competition with one another. And that might just be like, I think there was just some overall confusion over the roles of different entities in this project and who is doing what. And there was also an issue of a lot of businesses have already been engaged on this for a long time. And Neon, I wish Terry were still here, but Neon shared with me that it can seem disingenuous to these businesses already spoke, and now if you wanna like go speak to them again, it looks like they weren't heard the first time, and that's gonna like increase mistrust. So I don't necessarily think it was that they're not wanting to partner with us. I think it's just, you know, there's concern about over engagement, there's concern about who has what role, what is the communication, things like that.
Because while I respect everyone's time, I don't think that we should have the notion that if I reach out to you once or twice and you don't say anything, I just move on, especially with this particular project, because the reason that you're having the issues that you're having with communication is because Northside, we don't trust many people. Why? Because we've always only had us.
I agree. I'm an outsider and I understand that.
Yeah, I mean, we've always only had us. So when people are coming in, the honest truth is they're calling the blue line the Northside Roundup. That's how it's viewed over here right now. So when you're reaching out to people, and you know, they don't know where you're coming from with it. They probably think that you're for it. And if they're not necessarily with it, we need to be engaging them. And I respect your time, but if that's what we're going to do, I don't respect that, because that feeds the narrative that's causing them to not want to talk.
So here's what I can say about time. We work for you, and we're supposed to get you something by a particular time in order to inform your decision. So then there's two concrete realities here. Now, I'm okay just out there building relationships and collecting nothing. I'm great at that. Half my work is people work. It has nothing to do with data. But if I have to get you something at a particular time, I also have to decide how much time I'm able to go back and forth with any person, entity, or organization about their investment, interest, or thoughts on this project, because I have to get you all something. That's just the reality. So there is a tension there.
What is it that you have to get us?
So we are writing a report for you all. The quant team came and presented, the qual team came and presented. In September and October, we have to come to you both and present all the data we collected from business owners, youth, vulnerable populations, homeowners, all of it.
Right.
We got to do all of that. And we got about 3 months to do. Yeah.
I don't know how granular we want to get right here, but at least in Bristol, we're lucky in that there is one strip of buildings full of small, largely BIPOC businesses. And, you know, just like it's the whole building pretty much, about 20 businesses. That is most likely to be impacted by the project, albeit somewhat indirectly. And there's another couple of buildings that are a little less impacted.
Okay.
But as with working with the city, I know many of those folks on a first name basis because we did a streetscape project there a few years ago and kept them in contact with them personally during the construction.
Okay.
So if your team wants me to connect you with those businesses, I can do that like on the ground, street outreach basically. Because they know me.
That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Who should I give my card?
So I've been trying to do the outreach, and I've had a lot of success reaching out to youth serving organizations and organizations serving homelessness. I am not, I really need the working group to help be that trusted messenger so I can reach some of these businesses, because I am an outsider.
Okay.
I'm a white person. I mean, I'm not from the north side. I'm not I need help in order to get these businesses so we can get what we need for this project. So I can have Terrence. I've been on some of the emails, but we can put in the follow-up email my contact information. Yes.
Is it specific organizations you're reaching out to, or are you going door to door?
Right now we are reaching out to like organizations to try to gather information. Like we need to know like what.
I will email you and talk to you and do my best to support your success.
Okay.
We gotta bring these teams together, right? Because it just, as this project starts to move from root recommendation to environmental mitigation, environmental work, the work of the outreach team on the project is going to continue. And we're gonna use staff, we're gonna use the outreach cohort, and we need to be, we can't have you guys be, wait a minute, didn't I already talk to them, and you're the two of them, and what is that?
Right, and this is why we
Right.
initially had these conversations with Jean multiple times
We
over.
gotta bring these pieces together to some point so that
Mhm.
people understand it's not, you know, wait a minute, if you send 10 different people to talk to me on 10 different things, then somebody's gonna say, I agree with your conclusion. That's not what we're trying to do here, obviously. right?
Not at
We're
all.
here- And so we gotta find a way to make sure that people are comfortable on the fact that it's all time together here. And there might be different questions because we're trying to get at different pieces. I might be having somebody out there talking about impacts, might have somebody out there talking about this. We want to talk about displacement, we want to talk about all these different pieces. Let's realize we're all just one.
We can introduce you, for example, to Tiffany Lewis, who's doing a lot of the door-to-door outreach right now for the Blue Line Project and having probably some of the similar introductions that you are.
Right. And I don't know if this group recalls, I raised this at the very, very beginning. I met with Joan and many other folks who have this contract to get down to what are you asking? Is there overlap or not? I was very explicit about this dialogue. I made sure that happened. It was really clear that it didn't appear that that level of cohesiveness would work because each organization got to decide whatever it wanted to do.
That's not exactly true. So, yeah, I don't want to think.
But if we're going to have an intentional dialogue, it needs to be streamlined because it's already June.
It doesn't matter what the organizations are doing. Isn't this about the community's response to this? Like, I can care less what the bureaucracies are. I want people to get out and reach out to the people out here and tell us what the hell is going on. And I don't care what you guys are arguing about. I don't care what these organizations are arguing about. I don't care what Neon says. I want to know what's going on and how it's going to affect my life and my community. Everything else is irrelevant. And if we're working towards that and you're working towards that, please work towards that. Damn the arguments, damn all the confusion, because this is going to happen no matter what. And if we keep the confusion, whether it's confusion amongst the different organizations, the only people that are going to suffer is my community. Because this community right here is going to suffer real bad.
So ultimately, we have been moving, and whether people want to engage with us or not, we'll keep moving. And we'll engage with the community members that want to engage with us.
Let me say something. I sit on Neon's board. I'm one of the longest standing members on Neon's board. I haven't heard anything. I work with the staff in there consistently from Neon and WBC. I'm down on the ground all the time. I haven't heard anything about it. So if you're having issues, say something to people in the community because we out here grinding.
Well, we came here today to let you all know what's been going great, what's been challenging. And as I noted at the beginning, to ask folks who are in spaces that want to support addressing those challenges to do so. So that was my only intention of coming here today. So I appreciate this exchange.
So if I may ask a question, and if that's, the question is probably enough, I'll just ask it. So does it make sense, would it make sense for the organizations that are tasked to engage in the community to kind of come together so we can streamline the process and know what we're all talking about and be able to get to meet the people so that, like he said, it's going to come down anyway, so we might as well just figure out how we can bring those organizations together. And then those people who have, like John has contact with that constituents in Crystal, maybe then he can be a point of contact where he can give the information to make sure that those people are then taken care of. And if he is on Neon's board in WBC, then that's something we can just kind of bring people together. We have touch points and point of entry into these type of things so that we can do
I'm just asking the question.
So I think there's actually gonna be a lot more conversation. We're gonna follow up on this. I think the intention was just to, hey, this is where we're at. We communicated a broader plan, so you'll have that in your email to look at the broader plan and to affirm that this is the right direction. Of course, these places for us to troubleshoot, and so that's why we're sort of presenting it to you today to troubleshoot together, where obviously we chose a lot of the members of this group because of your relationships in community, right? So hoping to work inside those relationships to make sure that we get to the folks that we really need to get to, right?
Yep.
So we are at 4:08, which is 8 minutes longer than I promised y'all would be here, unless you chose to afterwards. So we'll wrap the meeting for now. Usually we like to do, we have a saying at CURA, if it's worth doing, then it's worth evaluating. So I just want to do a one-word evaluation from each of y'all as individually, how you're feeling walking out of this room. I'm very proud of the work did, but maybe y'all don't feel that way. So I'm just going to go one by one, just use one word for how you're feeling. Ricardo.
Yeah, on the spot.
I feel full of information.
That's good. That's where we're going. Joey.
I feel like I'm learning.
Learning. Jim.
Learning, yeah, that's a good one.
There we go. Candy.
Incomplete.
That's good because we're not complete for sure. Bleak.
Inspired.
Inspired.
Thoughtful.
Joel.
Waiting.
Waiting. Yeah. Well, okay. Sam.
Hopeful.
Hopeful.
Learning.
Learning.
Scattered.
Okay. Carla.
4.
Right. Sam.
Encouraged.
Yeah. Me too. Allison.
Connecting.
I am too.
Process.
Thea.
They stole both my words. Computing.
John.
Learning.
Learning. Great.
Ambitious.
Yes. Adam.
I feel creative.
Ready.
Yeah.
Other connected,
Tram.
appreciative, inspired,
Dan.
Hopeful.
Joan.
Traction.
Traction.
Hopeful.
Eager.
Happy. Thank you all for being here. Well, I'm gonna follow up by email first to the next meeting. But I still want to go. Thank you, everybody, for joining. We'll follow up soon. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, good thing for a walk.
What did you say? Double thumbs up? Thank you. Yeah. What did you say? Yeah, I don't know. I can't reach it.
I can do without a weird phone for a while, right? Yeah. Right in the middle of one of my trains, so I'm not sure if I have to scurry off. Yeah.